buenos días a todas y todos. Les damos la bienvenida y damos inicio al lanzamiento de los resultados del estudio regional.
Good morning, everyone. We'd like to welcome you and invite you to join us today to this launch of results of the Comparative Regional Study. We would like to welcome you to this enriching session for the entire region. The Erce 2019 is an important effort made on these assessments, and of course, from the ORIALC office, we have made a huge effort. There's also been 26 countries that have actively participated. We would like to welcome the 16 countries that have participated: Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala,
Paraguay, Peru, República Dominicana,
Mexico, Panama, Peru, Dominican Republic, and Uruguay. Welcome all. We would also like to welcome the authorities with us here today. We have Stephanie Yasnini, Subdirector General of Education for UNESCO, Jan Go, Director General of Unicef for Latin America and the Caribbean, Maria Victoria Angulo, Minister of Education of Colombia, Claudia Uribe, Roberto Fulcar, Minister from the Dominican Republic, and we also have with us Cintia Game, Vice Minister of Education of Ecuador, Carlos Gallardo, Minister of Education of Peru, Mauro Antonines from Mauro Luis Ravelo, Secretary of Education in Brazil. And of course, I'd like to welcome all the authorities that have formed part of this important initiative. Jaime Perez from the Minister of Education in Argentina, Minister of Education of Sports in Bolivia, Raul Figueroa from Chile, Steven Gonzalez, Minister of Education of Costa Rica. We'd also like to have with us Ana Carla Varela, Minister of Education and Sciences El Salvador, Carla Ruiz, Minister of Education of Guatemala, Arnaldo West, Secretary of State of Honduras, and Mexico, Miriam Soledad, Minister of Education and Culture of Nicaragua, and Maruja Guarday Villalobos from Panama, Juan Manuel Brunetti, Paraguay, and finally, and no less important, Claudio Silveira, Minister of Education and Culture of Uruguay. We would like to ask all the ministers of education of all countries who have made a huge effort. And we would like to thank everyone, Roto Silva, President of the Ministry of Education, and Cristina Londoño from the Colombian Institute for Assessment of Colombia, ICFES, Camilo Duque, Paso Ribeiro, in charge of research in Brazil at the INEP Institute, Mr. Salgado, Ecuador, INEVAL. The interpreters apologize. The speaker is reading very speedily, and we are not privy to the list of attendees. This is an instance of 18 countries, and there's been monitoring and learning experiences with paying special attention to what happens in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is YESE. YESE also, the Latin American Laboratory for Assessment of Quality Education, also evaluates education throughout the region. It has carried out many works that have supplemented other national and binational efforts and has allowed efforts to move forward with the SDGs and, of course, to comply with the UNESCO mandate. Without further ado, I'd like to begin today's session with many comments that I'm seeing on the chat. I'd like to let you know that the panelists will have a dedicated space, but we would also like to read your comments and any questions you may have on the chat. To begin with, we have Stefania Giannini, Subdirector General of Education at UNESCO. I'd like to offer the floor to Dr. Giannini. She is a doctor in linguistics, Subdirector of Education at UNESCO since May 2018, and she has become the person who has promoted in her career the efforts made in education to have more inclusive societies. You have the floor, Doctor.
Muchas gracias, Paula. Estimados ministros, colegas, señoras y señores.
Good morning, ministers, ladies and gentlemen. It's been 8 years. We have 8 years until we achieve the SDG 4, the objective of quality and equal education for all. The findings published in the study today are earlier than the pandemic, earlier than COVID-19, which has simply accelerated an existing educational crisis that has strongly affected those that are most vulnerable. The results are of great concern, but they also offer us very clear proof of where we need to channel our investments and focus. This is the objective of these studies, to inform decision-making and public policies. In few words, the study finds that education is weakened in our region, and this is not only for children. It delays and hinders development, social development as well. All nations need more education and better education in order to address massive challenges, the increase and of course climate change and the digital transformation also affect the process. In 2013, since 2013, we haven't really seen any significant advances from most countries that participated in both studies. Data show that over 40% of the students, third grade students, do not have the minimum reading skills necessary. This goes up to 60% in other grades when you include sciences. So learning opportunities are unequal between countries. The results are lower than in other peers that have similar socioeconomic level. Prolonged closing of schools will further increase the learning difficulties, of course, adding to that socioeconomic level and other components. Without these collective measures to address the promise of education, millions of children are finding this perspective of margination with all the consequences it brings to people and to societies. The most important conclusion is that equity and inclusion must be the measure for all policies. This is well known, but it is not necessarily being prioritized. So preschool education should be the focus of future endeavors, and students that do not have access to this educational level obtain lower scores in school, lower grades. And there are many lessons to be learned from this report that include the teachers, their practices in the classroom and in the school environment, the school surroundings, as well as parents and their expectations for their children's education. The educational crisis requires a political commitment that is bolder and sustained, with adequate resources and transformation. From the beginning of the pandemic, UNESCO has worked hand in hand with its partners. And allow me to quote Unicef, the World Bank, and the Global Coalition to support quality education. But the challenges are colossal, and the future is even more uncertain as the pandemic continues to affect our lives.
In order to mobilize more effort during our general conference, the member states adopted the Paris Declaration, which is a global appeal initiated by UNESCO France to focus attention on education following COVID-19 and for the future. Now, our recently published report, The Future of Education, and the new social compact for education calls for having closer ties among us, closer ties with regard to the planet and technology as well. Now, we know that there are several implications that this has for learning, teaching, curriculum, etc., in school place environments and other areas. In conclusion, distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to commend the Latin American Laboratory for assessing the quality of education of UNESCO for its arduous efforts over the last 25 years and for their unwavering commitment to the countries with regard to consolidating learning and education for children. This study, as well as the collective efforts behind the scenes in order to boost the evaluation capacity of ministries of education, have resulted in a public good. That is this document that is helpful for other regions as well. The findings of this report hopefully will be a driver for education investments in areas that urgently require support so we can ensure that all children are able to learn, so that all teachers are empowered and endorsed and supported, and so that education be a driving force for resilience and for hope. Thank you. Hope above all. Thank you, Deputy Director, for your remarks. Now, these have provided context for the publication of these results of the study and have shed light on what the region will benefit from in the rest of the world. Allow me to give the floor to the Regional Director of Unicef, who is here with us today as well. She has worked in Unicef since 1993. She has had several different positions. She is a citizen from Honduras as well, and she has a degree in civil engineering and a master's in water resource management from the University of Arizona. I would like to give the floor to you, Regional Director of Unicef. Thank you, Paula, and thank you, Stefani Gianni, the General Deputy Director of Education for UNESCO. Thank you for those remarks that have set the scene, if you will, for today's event. Distinguished ministers, ministers of education joining us here today, and all the other attendees at this event this morning. Now, I am very pleased to have the opportunity to take part in this meeting today. Now, just recently, I met a 14-year-old who lives in a small town in our region, and when the pandemic hit, her school shut down and she was unable to go to class because she did not have a mobile device to attend classes virtually. Now, today, she spends her hours working around the neighborhood and helping her parents out as recyclers. So every boy, girl, and adolescent have the right to education. But what does it really mean to exercise your universal right to education in 2021? What does it really mean to say the rule of law of education for boys, girls, and adolescents, such as this young girl who has been out of school for 2 years practically because of COVID-19? Well, you all know that education is not the same thing as learning. Prior to the pandemic, despite the fact that most of the children from our region were actually enrolled in school, our region was already facing a learning crisis. Now, we are aware of the situation, and as a result, over the last few years, UNICEF has altered its approach to education and have focused on the global strategy that we call every child will learn. And we have been one of the key partners of UNESCO in launching the Regional Comparative and Explanatory Study 2019, from the very beginning. And after 5 years of close collaboration, I am very honored and proud to be taking part in this launch today. Now, the results of ERCE 2019 will be submitted to you soon, and this will provide us with a snapshot, overall picture of the situation of boys, girls, and adolescents in Latin America and the Caribbean with regard to the key skills such as writing, reading, and math. I would also like to mention that this information corresponds to the pre-pandemic period and is very important for what we will be facing moving forward. Now, since the pandemic has emerged, we know that boys, girls, adolescents, young people in the region have been affected by school closures. We know that this has resulted in 71 million students who have been affected. Now, 20 months later, after constant school closures, we have seen that this is an unprecedented moment in the history of Latin America and the Caribbean, a crisis that has resulted in deeper gaps in terms of inequality with regard to education in our countries. Now, the snapshot provided by ERCE 2019 will, as a result, be helpful to define a baseline so that we can actually determine how much learning has been lost during the pandemic. Also, the study will provide us with a glimpse into a variety of different socioeconomic factors and will allow us to better understand how we can implement public policy instruments that will allow for us to recoup learning skills in upcoming years and months, and obviously on a rights-based and learning-based approach. Now, the Right to Education 2021 calls for paying attention to access to school as well as to learning. At the same time, it calls for developing all the other skills that children need to live their lives in the current world today. For example, there are critical analysis, critical thinking, writing development, digital skills, and specific skills for working and for being entrepreneurs. Now, Education 2021 calls for innovative, holistic, and participatory skills and measures. First of all, we need to open the schools and we need to focus on in-person learning. This is urgent. Also, we need to foster a formative culture of learning and make sure that we train our teachers appropriately so that despite not being in the classroom, the children will be able to have access to quality evidence-based programs. Thirdly, we also need to attack school dropout, focus on the boys, girls, and adolescents who have dropped out of school and try to bring them back by way of a variety of different education and learning opportunities. And finally, it's important to raise the relevance and importance of the education experience, focusing on the capacity building, skill building from a variety of different learning approaches. We know that we have faced this health crisis and education crisis. We also know that COVID has resulted in an economic crisis. We know that the national budgets have shrunk, and as a result, we need to really dig our heels in and defend the education budget, because only through education will our societies actually be able to work toward sustainable recovery. We know that this involves boosting the efficiency and effectiveness and quality of public spending, focusing on boys, girls, and adolescents who are most vulnerable as our key starting point. Finally, we need to ensure that we are to ensure the universal right to education. We need to ensure that the poorest boys, girls, and adolescents have access to education. So we do not leave any children, such as the one I mentioned earlier, behind. Now, we know that the poorest children do not have an opportunity to study during the pandemic, and one boy or girl dropping out represents a loss of opportunity, a loss of learning opportunity, but a loss of opportunity for the families as well, and it places the entire society at risk. In many places throughout Latin America and the Caribbean, keeping children out of school means that they will be exposed to other types of risks, such as infant childhood labor and other issues. It's quite a situation worth noting. It jeopardizes their quality of life. So education is key. We need to ensure that we have a more sustainable and resilient society post-COVID, and through education we can do that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Regional Director. We know that regional solidarity is key to reinforce resilience and allow us all to move forward. I just wanted to point that out again. We know that this is what we've been working on in recent years. We have worked with the countries to reinforce cooperation. Obviously, we have received support from international organizations in order to focus on collective work and capacity building of the national teams for implementing a study such as this one. Now, we hope that the results of this study, the ERCE 2019 that you will hear today, will be key inputs that will allow you to focus on key actions. Now, let me continue with the opening remarks and give the floor to Maria Victoria Angulo, the Ministry of Education from Colombia. Maria Victoria is a social economist. She has worked on policies. She has more than 20 years of experience in social policies with an emphasis on education. She was also appointed Vice President of the Global Committee of UNESCO for certain areas, and she's worked on the education component as well for the 2030 agenda development and other areas. I would like to give the floor to the minister. Thank you. The floor is yours. Good morning. Special greetings to all of you. Ms. Giannini, Ms. Uribe, the ministers present here today, Ms. Jean Go, colleagues, attendees. Now for Colombia and Latin America, we have focused on a priority, which is aligning our education requirements with the 2030 agenda. We have our national development plan that has focused on SDG 4 and SDG 4.1 specifically, which is relating to learning in terms of writing, math, closing the digital divide. And we have held meetings in 2019 with the ministers of the entire region in order to consolidate our efforts towards tackling these challenges related to learning. Now, we know that this event is very key because, as we heard earlier, this provides us with the detailed information on the outcome of ERCE 2019. These findings are key for decision-making, for public policies, for inclusive quality education, and this is input as well, as mentioned by Dr. Giannini. This is a key input for post-pandemic effort because we know that the pandemic has exacerbated the inequalities, and we will use the 2019 study as a benchmark for Latin America and the Caribbean. And we know that in Latin America and the Caribbean, there has been certain quarantine and confinement measures, and these have impacted programs and policies that now have been turned toward closing the learning gap and to ensure that no one is left behind, and that we can use this document for key public policies moving forward. This will be the benchmark for all of Latin America. Also, we would like to thank the Latin American Laboratory for all of its 27 years of effort for conducting comparative analyses of learning and for focusing on the various proposals, because this is key. We know that data is key, but the analysis is key as well. We know there's several different related factors and other issues that are related to learning development and capacity building. And for example, income distribution, rural context, etc. Now, there are 16 countries involved, and we know that. We've said this on several different occasions. And for Colombia, we have results that are better than the average in terms of reading, math, science, and for 5th and 6th grades. Also, our country has a slightly better outcome than the region and other areas. With regard to the 3rd grade students, there has been significant progress in math when compared to the previous ERCE 2013. Now, despite that, there are many urgent challenges that we must face. There are key differences as well that we need to bear in mind. They're country-based. We know that the socioeconomic condition of these students and is also key. This results in a gap. We know that early childhood education is important, and this has a close tie to further learning going forward. Also, it's important to ensure that the children attend school regularly to stave off the dropout rate. And we need to follow up on the leadership of directors, school directors, and teachers, because we know that they are in charge of the students' well-being, and they are also key. They're part of this learning experience. And it's also important that all of this be taken into consideration when we draft policies, and UNESCO has urgently been committed to ensuring that all of these students 100% get back to the classroom. Now, this is key for us to be able to close the learning gap, and I'm pleased to see that Monica Espina is present here today. During her period, she has been key for Colombia, because we have, thanks to her leadership, not stopped. And we have designed tests for the 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th grade, as well as the 11th grade and higher education tests. Now, we know that it's important to bear this information in mind and to boost our curricular efforts. We need to build capacities in terms of leadership, and we need to ensure that there's a sustained effort, and we need to support teachers and directors along this path. We have also developed an instrument to foster more of a discussion in Latin America with regard to these efforts. And this has been key for 3rd grade, 11th grade, math, science, emotional skills. We also have a project that includes capacity building to conduct a learning diagnostic, to provide support for directors, teachers, for mentoring as well. Now, we have worked with Argentina on the Global Committee for SDG 4, and Argentina's voice is key. And we believe that this committee and all the work with UNESCO has been essential. Now, we have also worked with the laboratory to discuss the quality of education, and this has been key for our progress as well. And we are sharing these results, the pre-pandemic results, but the post-pandemic results also need to be part of the policies. We need to develop ecosystems for learning. This is vital. And we have also seen that the radio, social media, any other type of outlet is key for ensuring the inclusion of students, so that we can make sure that they all get back to school, and so that we can reach the various regions of our countries.
There's a clear priority of the future of education with different budgets that can grow, that they be the priority of all efforts made in Latin America. Sustainability and it's the role of teachers. I would like to stress the importance and the impact of the monitoring that IESE carries out. And I'd like to call all colleagues and ministers to work as a team for Latin America. We need to work together jointly to improve education, to learn about teaching styles, and to connect with families and with teachers at a very challenging time. But this needs to be addressed with hope and with programs that can further improve the situation for all. With this, I'd like to celebrate our conversation and all the work that will come later with this effort that we will be leading. Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for your words and remarks. We recognize the important effort that has been made by the Ministers of Education. We identify, and you have mentioned the different challenges, not only in the region, but also around the world. UNESCO, 25 years ago, together with IESE, began this work, and today a new cycle begins with the delivery of these results. I would like to greet the new Minister of Education of Bolivia, Mr. Edgar Parichambi. Welcome to the session, and we thank you enormously for your participation. I'd also like to offer the floor now to Director Claudia Uribe, Director of the Regional Office for Education for Latin America and the Caribbean, Oriel UNESCO Santiago. Claudia Uribe has a degree from Tulane University and also from Harvard. She has a PhD in Education Management and Social Policies from the same university. And today she is the Regional Director for Education, Oriel UNESCO Santiago. You have the floor. Thank you, Paula. And good morning to all those of you here with us today. It's a pleasure for me to be a part of this opening ceremony for the launch of the explanatory regional results study, Erce 2019, and of course, representing the OREALC UNESCO in Santiago. To begin, I'd like to offer my welcome, a warm welcome to all the authorities present here today, especially Maria Victoria Angulo, Minister of Education of Colombia, Mr. Roberto Fulcar, Minister of Education of Dominican Republic, also Elsa Velázquez, Minister of Education of Cuba, and Mauro Luis Ravelo, Secretary of Education in Brazil, and they will be panelists today. I'd also like to greet Cynthia Came, Vice Minister of Education of Ecuador, and all other authorities and representatives of ministries of education that have joined us today. I'd also like to recognize Stefania Giannini, Subdirector General of Education of UNESCO, Silvia Montoya, Director of the Institute of Statistics of UNESCO, Manos Antonini, Director of Education in the World, Carlos Vargas, from the area of Education Development in UNESCO. I'd also like to thank Django, Regional Director for UNICEF in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also the World Bank representative, Mercedes Mateos, Head of IDB, Educational Division, and all directors of institutes, educational institutes of all the participating institutes here for Erce. I'd like to warmly greet all teachers, researchers, students, all those of you who are with us here today at this most important day from all countries in Latin America and the Caribbean to celebrate this important moment. We are reaching this launch of the results of the Comparative and Explanatory Regional Study, Erce 2019, after years of effort. This is the result of hard work and a matter of pride for all of us. It has not been exempt of challenges, and we did not interrupt our work nor our commitment despite all the changes in administrations that took place in the participating countries. There were also some political tensions and difficulties, economic difficulties. At some point, they put our study at risk, and we were able to move forward thanks to the commitment of all the countries and some key partners in this study. We were and continue to be an example of the value of recovery and collaboration between countries, and we offer an intangible value to what it truly means to be a regional public good. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the 18 countries that are active members of YESE and their national coordinators and, of course, implementing and strategic partners. Amongst them, the Technical Consultative Council, high-level council that works at a high level within the laboratory, and our strategic directors for all the steps that we've taken in this trajectory. As you all know, and has been mentioned by those that preceded me, the results of Erce offer us information that will allow us to further advance in the region. Also, together with Erce 4.1 that guarantees the learning of students at the end of elementary education. This is information that helps further this education together with UNESCO's partners. At this opportunity, the results are comparable to the measurement that we carried out in 2013 with the Terce. And this allows us to see how much progress has been made in 6 years, from 2013 to 2019. The results that we'll see today are not the best, unfortunately, but we can say that before the pandemic, our region was already in a deep educational crisis. The learning that was achieved by our students is very low. A very low percentage of students has the basic competencies or skills to continue learning. And it is of great concern that between 2013 and 2019, save some specific cases, our countries did not show any progress compared to 2013. These results suggest the need to take very specific and urgent actions so that we can continue moving forward towards 2030 without leaving anyone behind. Together with the closing of schools during the pandemic, which affected 26 million students in the region, we anticipate that beyond the low results that we observe in 2019, we will continue to have significant losses in learning and a deepening of these existing gaps. So the findings in the Erce 2019 study are in place, and the measures suggested as a result of these findings become even more necessary during the pandemic. The Erce results allow each country to achieve their learnings in a comparative regional environment. And all the countries that participated in the study have the necessary information to better focus their actions, their interventions, and recovery. In order to conclude, I'd like to make a call from UNESCO for all the organizations, civil society, for us to turn our gaze at the fundamental skills, reading skills and math skills. These are the basics because these offer the most important knowledge to continue to learn. It is the only way to develop a better future for all, for boys, girls, and youth that come from vulnerable sectors and where most of this low learning concentrates. So without further ado, I'd like to offer the floor to the YESE technical team so that they can present the results of the study, offering much more information on the results. And of course, thanks to the coordinator, Carlos Enriquez. Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Director. I'd like to stress that the Erce 2019 report offers comparable and information to guarantee the education of all boys, girls, adolescents without any exceptions. And of course, during the study, we also looked at the socio-emotional aspects of students. In order to start talking about the specific results, we would like to offer the floor to Carlos Enriquez, who is a coordinator of the Latin American Laboratory for Education. Carlos is a master's in public policies from the University of Chile. He's also an engineer by profession, and he has worked on education for around 20 years. And today he is the coordinator of the YESE laboratory. So we're eager to hear from you and to start talking about the results. Welcome, Carlos. Thank you, Paula, and thank you to all authorities present here today to talk about the launch of this very important study for all of the member countries, for so many professionals in each of the countries that have participated and been a part of this and have made today possible. I'd like to thank each one of them and the students that also participated, the teachers, the parents who answered these surveys, the technical teams, national coordinators, and the ministers for their support to all the work that we are able to share with you today. I'd like to greet all ministers, our UNESCO subdirector, also Unicef, and the local and provincial authorities, the teachers who are most important for YESE, and international organizations that allow us to move forward, foundations, embassies, all agencies, and to the public in general. I would like to welcome you, and I'd like to introduce the team, the YESE team. So if you could please follow us. What we're going to do is we're going to share the results for each of the items analyzed, and we're going to look at this by area and also by country. Today is the launch of the regional study, and within the next hours and days, we will have the possibility of finally having a national report that will supplement this report and will also offer more information on our efforts. The next slide that I am sharing with you has the challenge of being easily understandable by all of you, and we'd like to mention that we will continue to delve into this. And today, this presentation and the regional executive report is available. And as I mentioned, in the next week, we will also release the national reports, which aim to contribute. And here I'd like to thank everyone again who participated in this effort.
We will provide you with some details on the Regional Comparative and Explanatory Study, the results with regard to reading in 3rd and 6th grade, and the same for math, and then science, followed by a glimpse of these data in order to compare them to the 2013 study, so that we can wrap up with the achievements and showing the differences between boys and girls, and also refer to the study findings and the follow-up on attaining the 2030 agenda. So the slide begins with a presentation on the Regional Comparative Explanatory Study findings, and the next slide refers to how the study is framed within a study carried out by the Latin American Laboratory, managed by UNESCO in Santiago, but jointly with the member states. Now, the previous versions of the study were the first one that there was the first, the second, the third, and then the ERCE, which is 2019. Hopefully, we will have a 2025 version as well going forward. And these versions are comparable. They allow for comparative analyses between the countries. And we have the 2013 benchmark for more technical works. And these, as I mentioned, are anchored in the Terce, T-E-R-C-E 2013, so that we can conduct comparative studies going forward. This has called for a great deal of technical work, and we're so pleased to have this baseline. We wanted to thank our technical team for allowing us to make great leaps and strides forward. And this is essentially a glimpse of 25 years of what we have done so far at the laboratory. Now, the next slide refers to the organizational structure in terms of governance. I think this is a very unique seal of what the laboratory has done within the region. And the regional office at UNESCO was a key participant in the technical coordinating body of the YESE, and other bodies, other entities were also involved. And we know that this has been marked by joint implementation by the countries for capacity building, for decision making. And so that in the end, we can all be a part of a project that has its own regional identity. Now, this was further reinforced by the Paris Assembly, And we know there's a great deal of work carried out by the national coordinators as well, ongoing work. And we worked closely with the implementing partners as well, Unicef, for example. And we are so pleased with all the contribution of Unicef and then the University of Chile as well, with regard to the curricular analyses for actually conducting the study. Now, a new body, a relatively new organization as well, has gained more momentum, and this is the high-level technical committee. Their role has been essential for the processes, technical decisions, for reinforcing all of this, and I just wanted to thank the high-level researchers who were part of this effort. Thank you for your commitment and your ongoing contribution. Your role has been essential. I also wanted to thank the Strategic Advisory Council as a support body, providing with guidance and other insights for the process, supporting the strategic elements, and I wanted to thank those members as well. Finally, I wanted to underscore that we have our own regional identity, and this has been an active, collective, collaborative effort by all. The next slide refers to our own unique seal, which is with regard to primary education. What is that? 3rd grade and 6th grade. Now, why did we do it those levels? Because we wanted to know how well the boys and girls are doing with regard to their early learning skills and learning experience, so that we can make decisions that will boost the quality of education and equality, so no children are left behind. What is it? Assess reading, math, writing, and science in the 3rd and 6th grade. The focus is also on trying to understand information, compare information, and that's why the questionnaires were very essential. So here we know that this has provided us with relevant information, because this questionnaire information allows us to link what we learn to social aspects, and my colleague will talk about that later on. And then finally, we hope to publish on December 16th the findings on the emotional psychological skill module. We have worked on this with each of the countries, and it also aims to provide information regarding the student skills. So the tests are part of standardized results for 7 points, standard deviation of 7 points, and also in practical terms, we worked with 69 to 84 item questionnaires. These were all applied to the 3rd grade and 6th grade. That's the more specific information on the test. The next slide refers to the entire cycle of the study, beginning in 2016, all the way up until 2020. Here you see information on the actual sample per country. That may refer to the fact that this was a very long cycle, and we are trying to shorten it as well. We know that this requires a great deal of coordination so that we are actually able to meet the deadlines. The efforts are key with the technical teams in the countries, and as I mentioned, we've been doing this since 2016 with the curricular analyses, instrument evaluation, piloting, sampling, analysis, and in 2021 we have the results. And also in 2022 we will be disseminating the results. The next slide refers to the total sample. And we wanted to, of course, thank each of the students, teachers, establishments, the parents who took part. There were more than 160,000 students from the region, more than 16 countries, and more than 4,000 schools formed part of this representative sample. Now, this is the largest or most important large-scale effort in Latin America in the Caribbean. 16 countries, and we have a representative sample of the students as well. Now, just to let you know that the countries that took part have more than 55 million students in total. And that's why this information is so key for making improvements. The information is aimed at reaching agreements, not naming names or pointing fingers, but to come up with corrective measures so that we can draft better policies and hopefully reach agreements so that we can focus on placing the children at the heart as leading participants, protagonists in this process. And then we will refer to the strategic role of the laboratory and what it did with each individual country. But prior to that, let me begin with the actual results per se, the findings of the ERCE 2019. Now, here we can see information there's a standard deviation of 100 and an average of 700. I would just like to mention this to explain the results. Let's begin with reading for 3rd and 6th grade. You can see the great deal of variability here in terms of the scoring within the countries. You can see each of the countries listed. You can see the average, and when we look at the mean and the distribution in terms of reading, we see that there's a greater distance between the best performing and worst performing students in each country than between the countries. That's important to refer to that so we can understand the distribution here. For example, you can see a great deal of variability, 200, 300 points of difference between the best performing and the worst performing groups. Now, despite that, the major average score differences between the countries are what? 113, 129 points of difference. Now, that's why it's important to compare country to country and compare the countries to the different regions as well within the same country, and to compare the worst performing and best performing students, because this will allow us to foster equality. You can see that the vertical refers to the differences within the countries and between the countries. All of this is statistically important. And there are significant differences in terms of the country averages and the regional average. You can also see that there are more than 50 point differences, which is equal roughly to a mean standard deviation, and that's important. I think we've already said that the mean standard deviation is 100 for the study. I've already mentioned that several times. Next slide refers to the ratio between the average results per country on the x-axis the regional average is at 700 points roughly, and then the vertical axis refers to the standard deviation. The darker lines are referential in terms of the standard deviation, regional standard deviation, and regional average. Now, the top part of the graph refers to those countries whose average reading results is better than the regional average. And toward the right, the left of the graph, you can see those countries with a standard deviation that is lower than the regional standard deviation. Therefore, we can see that those countries with a better performance in terms of reading have results that are relatively more homogeneous within the country. Now, in some cases, though, those countries with better performance also show more dispersion, if you will. Uruguay, Brazil, Peru, Brazil for 6th, and the first two countries for 3rd grade. I just wanted to mention that because This allows us to better understand the country performance and understand the great deal of variability in terms of the standard deviation. See countries such as Costa Rica with a result better than the regional average and a more homogeneous outcome as well. This is part of our analysis. Now, this is an initial glimpse of the overall results.
So moving on to the next slide so that we can take a closer look at what we're assessing. We'd like to look at reading. Reading not only allows developing academically, it is key for all boys and girls to interact with the world and acquire knowledge and other skills to strengthen their networks, their personal networks, and to participate in their surroundings. This is a curriculum analysis of the set of participating countries. So it is basically about two domains in three cognitive processes. So how can they function in a competent manner, not only with the relevant domains, but also with respect to the cognitive processes that allow them to grow and be competent in their context. I'd like to mention that as a very important part of this assessment. And the next slide, you can see an item from level 1, third grade, and as is the case in Terce, and we're going to explain this, there are, focusing on level 1, which is the lowest one, and then 4 is the highest, and that they increase in complexity, but the achievements are the foundation for more advanced levels. We're going to look at this in all three disciplines, and for each activity, there are different levels. With this, an expert determined what the minimum level is for an assessment, for a test to reach a specific level. And this is regulated by a set of procedures that are carried out in a standardized fashion, which allow making the process objective and organize the tests or exam items in each level according to the probability of their achievement. And I say this because you can observe the results substantively, and this information is valuable to contribute to other pedagogical elements which we wish to continue delving into in the coming months. But with this, there's a milestone, and it allows us to locate information, explicit information that is found in the text. And in the next slide, we also see another example from the same text, but this question is for level 4, a higher level of reading comprehension, and it is identified with references that in which require the student to understand the text at a higher level. So this has a higher complexity, others have a lower complexity. So this is what we wanted to show you, to offer this example in order to visualize the type of questions that they're exposed to. And the next slide shows you that, again, it goes from the lowest to the highest complexity. This is an additional element And in the 2030 agenda, we're looking at all the results. So we have 4 levels of performance from level 1 to level 4, and the monitoring of the 2030 agenda, specifically for point 1, the international community under the leadership of the Statistics Institute has been working to establish a minimum performance level. MPL is the acronym in English, and it allows understanding what their minimum skill set level is for boys and girls. So you have boys and girls, in this case it's 3rd grade and 6th grade, so we have several indicators. So this new performance level taken to this new form of measuring it from 1 to 4 is from 3rd grade, well, level 2 and up, and you can see that in the graph. It's 3rd grade elementary, where they need to have minimum skills, and in 6th grade, where you look at the students from 3rd grade and up, so it's 3rd and 4th grade. We're going to use this referential data in other sections, and we can supplement this work at regional level 1, already mentioned by our director. 44.3% of the region are level 1, which is the lowest level of skill level. And in looking at the 2030 agenda, we would like them to reach higher levels. So we see that 55% of the students are at a level 2, 3, or 4 with texts that are adequate to their age. So from level 2 and up, we have 55.7%, and students are at level 1 make up 44%. So this is the distribution of achievements for reading comprehension. We had just mentioned that 43.3% of the students find themselves in level 1, and almost 58% level 2, 3, and 4. So we observe 3 countries that show a higher percentage of students above level 1. Peru, Costa Rica, and Brazil. They are the larger groups of students are in that percentage. So their performance level varies between countries and at a regional level. Of course, the concern mentioned by our subdirector of UNESCO and the regional director also mentioned the importance of working with this group, with the level 1 group, 44.3%. They clearly need support in order to achieve a higher level of skills, say 2 or higher. And it is the same analysis for this level. So for 6th grade, we have level 1 and level 2. The minimum level of skills changes over 3rd grade. So if we carry out an analysis taking into account the 2030 agenda, 68.8% find themselves in level 1 and 2, and at a regional level, we have 31.2% only in levels 3 and 4. That's why it's important to work with levels 1 and 2 to bring them to a higher performance level. Only 31% of students are able to read a textbook that is appropriate for their age. Here we have a detail of this distribution. Most students do not have the minimum level of competencies, and this has been the case of Costa Rica and all countries. Half the students or more are under the minimum performance level for 6th grade reading. The importance then of this is that levels 1 and 2 make up this 68%, and specifically level 1 is 23.3% of students in the region that should be addressed in order to bring them up to better level of opportunities. And in the 6th grade, another thing that we looked at in the study is the percentage of students in level 1. If we were to say, okay, our concern are students at the lowest level, in this case, 3rd grade, we have 44.3% of students in this level of performance, and in 6th grade, it's 23.3%. So again, this is a matter of concern, and these are the students that we need to focus on so that they can achieve what is expected of them for their level. They are being left behind and are not even close to learning at a 3rd and 4th or 6th grade level. So they need a support system and plan to bring them up to that level. Now, we'd like to present the mathematics results for 3rd and 6th grade as well. In the first graph that we presented, Cuba has the highest average in the participating countries, looking at it as a region. And here we have Peru and Uruguay obtained the highest points at a regional level, comparative level. And again, we saw that it is much more heterogeneous in terms of scores. The scores vary enormously within the countries, actually they vary more than between countries. So you shouldn't only compare with other countries, but also within each country, between students of the same country. The greater the distance between the countries, and say 127 in 3rd grade and 123 in 6th grade, within the countries, we can also see 297 points in 6th grade. And the importance, therefore, of this information to draw a roadmap for future work. And it's important. In the dark green, you see the trust interval. It does not really touch the vertical axis. So between the country and the region, we see that there is a significant difference. And in a more descriptive sense, we see differences of over 50 points, which is equivalent to half of one standard deviation. Now, looking at the mathematics results in the next slide, again, we analyze the percentage in Y. We see the average countries move upwards, the average goes up, and the standard deviation and the dispersion of the results is seen in the other one. And mathematics shows us a similar result to reading. The greater the grade average, the lower the results. And if they have a higher average score, there is a more varied dispersion. And that is what we see upon analysis for decision making.
Now, The next slide refers to math. Here we wanted to explain why math. Well, math is considered to be an area where when you develop math skills, you are focusing on the same idea. That is, the way to effectively use math that you learn at school in a variety of different daily contexts beyond the school establishment. So how do we prepare our children today to have proper skills? Well, we wanted to assess a variety of different aspects, algebra, geometry, etc. But the purpose of this math assessment is to make sure that they acquire the skills to develop the cognitive skills that we want them to have in terms of recognizing objects, solutions, conflict resolution, or solving problems, and having these skills that will allow for them to think better. We must not lose from sight that when you are providing a student with a task, you are fomenting their cognitive skills in this domain. Next, you can see there's another item that refers to a question that third grade students answered in terms of math, level 3. These are simple questions, simple math problems that call for additional adding, subtraction, multiplication, etc. And here the expectation is to be able to multiply natural numbers up until 9,990. This is an example from level 4, math, 6th grade. This is a math problem. We have to resolve a very complex problem calling for calculating a geometric area using 2 or more operations. Now, this in other publications, we had this contributed to the Erce, and also in the upcoming months, we aim to have more information of this type in order to boost the pedagogical work carried out on the pedagogical findings from this study. Just have a few minutes left. Thank you. I will have to hurry up. With regard to achievements in math, 3rd grade, level 1 to 4, more than half of these students are able to describe and work with natural numbers, work with geometric figures. But what is complicated here is that 47.7% in level 1 are not able to do that in the end. To read, interpret, organize tables, graphs, or organize units of measure for measuring scope, volume, etc. The detailed information is provided in the report on our website, www.yese.org. And 47.7%, as I mentioned, are unable to do what is expected. And that is a call to action for us to boost the essential skills of the students. Now, the next slide refers to achievement levels in math, 3rd grade, and the minimal skills level changes in the 6th grade. And I think that's on the next slide, but the slide has not moved on. There we go. It's 82.6% of these students only registered a level 1 and level 2. 17.4% were able to solve problems and interpret graphs, tables, etc. in level 3 and 4 to carry out more complex arithmetic and calculate, add, addition, subtraction, or fractions. So the concern is that 82.6% of these students are still behind in level 1 and 2. That means that 8 out of every 10 students are at level 1 and 2. Next slide refers to the country perspective, the country status. And what is concerning us here is that 49.2% of the countries are at level 1. And we are concerned with this segment. Next slide refers to the percentage of students in level 1. Third grade is 47.7 for math, and for sixth, 49.2 in level 1, which is the lowest level. So essentially, practically 1 out of every 2 students is still at level 1. That's why it is so important to not just understand the curriculum and what they need to learn, but understand where the children need extra effort, because these students are being left behind, and we need to have a better understanding of what's going on so that we can boost their key skills. Now, the next slides refer to the results of science. Same analysis, the first slide for the science test, we see the same pattern. There are more differences in the countries than between the countries. And the high-performing countries have a variety of different situations. For some of the countries, there is a homogeneous good performance. In other countries, there's not. Really depends on the country. So this information is key and allows us to compare the situations within each individual country and between countries. The next slide also shows how in 6 countries in the region have results that are better than the regional average, with more spread out results. So Y refers to the higher percentages, higher performance, and the standard deviation on the x-axis also refers to how the deviation increases. Now, 7 countries have a performance lower than the regional average, and hopefully, well, one would expect better results and less dispersion. But in any event, this analysis is available to all the countries so that they can, this will be helpful for guiding a discussion. Then science. What are we assessing in terms of science? Well, environmental aspects, how well they interact with the environment, with themselves, whether or not they're responsible, whether or not they are developing mathematical thinking skills, critical analysis, research skills, the discipline that will call for that is needed for innovation and technology going forward to allow them to improve their overall life skills and quality of life. Now, 5 domains were studied in the science part, and 3 cognitive processes as well. Analyzing, producing this information, transferring the knowledge as well, scientific knowledge to other areas. Now, there are 2 key examples with regard to the items that will be available on the report. This is an item from level 1 where the students needed to recognize marine animals and determine which ones are birds. So this will test their ability to classify animals based on their various characteristics and group them into clearly defined groups. And I know you can't see this quite well, but you will have the material available. Anyhow, this is another item that attests their ability to understand a written text and to describe the birds with regard to the migratory process. And here there's several variables related to the species per se. And there are issues here regarding cause and effect that are being assessed, for example. Finally, with regard to science, 79.3% are still at level 1 and 2, and 20.7% are at level 3 and 4. The next slide, we have details with regard to the distribution per country. You can see how Latin America is shown here. This is quite concerning with regard to the essential skills for the students located in level 1, and a significant percentage of the students are in level 1. In any event, that's what we're dealing with. And then the next slide provides us with a distribution. 47.7% of the students are in level 1 for the science test. This is of concern. Now let's begin by comparing ERCE 2013 to 2019. I have to quickly go through this because there's a lot of information to show you. Hopefully you are able to go online and see the information. You have the website information available to you. Now, with regard to progress in reading for 3rd grade, 4 countries did better, 4 countries dropped their average score, and 6 countries remain constant. Here you can see the breakdown. Red worsened their performance, blue remained the same, green improved their performance. Here you have the detailed breakdown. Let's just quickly go through this. This is a comparison between the 2013 Erce and the 2019. Now, you have the detailed information for each country and the report. You can delve into the finer points to see if there's a significant difference or not from 2013 to 2019. Now, what's important here is to mention that each country will be able to see, as I mentioned, the comparison between 2013 and 2019 to see if they have recorded a significant increase, or they have remained the same, or if they have dropped their performance significantly. Next 3 slides that I'm going to quickly run through will provide information on the national reports and the distribution as well, and changes between 2013 to 2019 per country. This also allows us to view the average performance and the changes between 2013 and 2019, as well as the changes in the distribution. Then we have progress with regard to reading level 6. This is the information available on our website and for the national reports. As far as reading level 6, 3 countries improved their performance in green, 5 countries dropped their performance, their average, in red, and 6 countries remained the same. The next bar graph refers to the comparison between the Erce and the Erce. You can see once again whether or not the change is significant. If the arrow is pointing up, it's been a significant improvement. If it's pointing down, significant drop. If it's round, it means no change. And you will have access to this regional information. Now, the next 3 slides, if we could just gradually go through these, the countries will have access to the distribution in terms of achievements with regard to level 1 to 4, and they will be able to see the differences between the Erce and the Erce studies. All of this information will be available on the website for each country. Let's refer to the mathematical comparisons between 2013 and 2019. 7 countries improved their performance, 6 countries had worse performance, and 1 country remained the same with regard to its average performance. Here we have the analysis for each country, same way of understanding it as in the previous ones. And once again, here I just wanted to insist on the importance of focusing on those symbols that show improved or worsened performance from 2013 to 2019. This is very important to determine whether or not the country has made progress or not.
And in the three following slides, we see the distribution of the learning levels of Terce and Erce so that countries can look at the analyses and everything that has to do with the national reports that will be launched in the next few days. And in terms of progress in sixth grade, five countries raise their average score and 3 drop it. 6 raise it, 3 drop it, and 5 maintain their average. In the bar graph, once again, you can visualize the importance of the symbols to see whether this increase, if there's an increase or a drop, and in some cases, there is no significant variation in the case of the circles. And in the next graph, you can see this information taken to the achievement levels, and you can look at it country by country to see what their situation is. And in terms of science, we have a comparative view of 5 countries that raised their average score, 4 drop their average score, and 5 countries stay the same. They maintain their results. Next graph. Again, the Erce and the Terce, you can see the importance of looking at comparability to see whether it is significant or not, and it will be available. And here you see each country and its access, looking at a comparison between 2013 and 2019, which is the period of evaluation between Terce and Erce, between 2013 and 2019. The last analysis, it has to do with the gender gap, and we would like to look at the following slide. The countries that are filled in have statistically significant results. In this case, we see gender gaps found with white lines. Some are not statistically significant. White means that they just did not participate in the study. So we see some gender gap differences between boys and girls in a series of countries for reading skills compared to mathematics. So we provide this information for your analysis. And in the next slide, you see the same analysis for sixth grade. This is reading, math, and science. And you can see that the gender gaps persist in the region. The results offer us a challenge. They offer a challenge for most countries in the region where there is a need for greater learning opportunities, not only for girls, but a new gap that appears not only towards girls, but also towards boys. And very briefly, in the next slide, we see an analysis with statistically significant differences in these scores, where we see the bars towards the right. There we see a significant difference for girls, and when it is not fully colored in blue, it's not statistically significant, and when it's to the left, then it favors boys in this case. So if we look at third and sixth grade, for reading, the difference is visible for girls. And the next slide shows us differences in mathematics performance between third and sixth grade. So again, this is mathematics. Most countries do not have any major differences by gender, and not significant, at least, and these are variables that favor boys, in this case, with the exception of Dominican Republic in 3rd and 6th grade, where the girls have higher scores. 9 out of 16 countries did not have any major differences in performance between boys and girls. And finally, in this last graph for science, here we see 9 out of 16 countries do not have any statistical differences. Let's remember that there's no statistically different results, and in 7 countries we do have performance differences, and these are favorable to girls, beyond the fact that normally they are still at a low level. And I'm going to quickly move along and talk about the 2030 monitoring. We tried to do it together with the performance levels. As a region, we see that the 4.1 indicator for reading and mathematics, more than half the children, 59 and 52% respectively, boys and girls, achieve the minimum skill level. 49%, 41% do not achieve it for this first analysis between boys and girls in 3rd grade. This is also for the rest. How can we prioritize these groups? And here we see a positive perspective. The group that is not present has to be our concern in order to advance and have better levels of learning. The countries that have improved, for example, Cuba, Peru, there's been a huge improvement, and Brazil in our analyses. And finally, in reading comprehension, here we have the detailed information, and concern is, again, those that are pending. Final conclusions. What conclusions can we draw from these slides? The region maintains a very low level of learning, so this must continue to be a matter of concern. There are cases where there is no significant evidence, and if we want all children to participate in the 21st century, to participate in this global world, we have task at hand and a priority to promote this learning. It is of the utmost importance in reading and mathematics. It's important for them to continue to learn in their educational trajectory. And in Peru, comparing the Terce and other countries that have a varied performance, but they do have improvements, we need to look at this performance to visualize all the improvements. The region continues to show advances, and the results clearly show these gaps where we see that girls have a lower percentage in math. And finally, Paula, I'm almost done. The importance of presenting a challenge looking towards the 2030 agenda. We have a sense of urgency with the first level of performance, which must be the driving force for this joint action plan. I apologize for being so lengthy with the presentation. And of course, I would like to invite you to join the link www.yese.unesco, and to look at our national reports, which I hope will be a huge contribution to the region and to all. Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Carlos, very much for a very complete report of the preliminary results. We don't have a lot of time, so I would like to quickly go to the roundtable on the learnings, which will be moderated by Jorge Manzi. He's the director of the Mide UC Measurement Center. He's a psychologist with the Catholic University and doctor in psychology from UCLA. His areas of specialty include social psychology and psychometry. Today, he is a professor of the School of Psychology at the Catholic University and leads the Mide UC Center. At this panel, we will have Jaime Saavedra, Global Director for Education at the World Bank, an economist and leader of global practices for education at the World Bank, Manos Antoninis, Director of the follow-up report of GEM report. He's an economist and has worked as an expert in following and assessing projects in the educational sector. Roberto Fulcar, minister from the Dominican Republic. He has a bachelor's in social sciences and a PhD in education. Cynthia Game, vice minister of education of Ecuador, has a bachelor's in education sciences and it has a PhD in social educational research at the Universidad de las Fuerzas Armadas. Nelly Luz Palomino Pacchioni, Vice Minister of Education in Peru, has a bachelor's in early education and also vast experience in training of teachers and continuous training. I would like the authorities that are participating to leave their cameras on. This will facilitate moderation by my colleague Jorge and of course your interaction. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who is with us. I'd like to thank everyone for their comments so far. In the interest of time, because I know we have a very tight agenda, I would like to do something that is a little out of protocol. We'd like to ask the authorities that are with us here today, UNESCO, Unicef, and the World Bank, for their contribution and participation. Also like to thank the ministers that are supporting our initiative as well. Thank you all very much for your presence today. The panelists know that we have a very limited time. We have 2 minutes to answer each of them. I would like to I will make a note of timekeeping. Unfortunately, I need to be very strict, and I'd like to say that one of our panelists has another commitment in another 15 minutes, so I would like to begin with him. I will introduce the questions for Jaime Saavedra first, and we will alternate the rest of the panel in order to alternate between the different panelists. So I would like to apologize, and we will make that slight change to accommodate our panelist Jaime Saavedra, who has been introduced, Global Director of Education for the World Bank, so that he can answer before he goes. Jaime, the first question I'd like to ask is, how do you assess the educational challenges facing the region today in light of the Erce 2019 results? From a global perspective, how do you situate the results of Latin America and the Caribbean compared to other regions? Very well, thank you, Jorge. Looking at how we're doing with the agenda and the commitment that we had It's we have a little more time, but thank you for accommodating. First of all, I'd like to congratulate UNESCO and Erce for their work. And I'd like to stress how important this is and the importance of continuing to invest in these regional capacities so that our countries can measure this learning.
I just wanted to refer, I think it's extremely important to emphasize that. And secondly, with regard to the results that we see, we have already seen a good description and we have a mixed bag. Some countries have improved their situation, others have not, but the region as a whole is slightly stagnant. And when we assess the region as a whole, given the weighting of Brazil, and Brazil has improved, it's likely the Latin American as a whole has improved a few points. And the poverty of learning is an indicator that we use to describe those children who can't read and write according to their level or a simple text. And a test such as this one is similar to other international tests because they provide us with a glimpse of the overall situation. And it's likely that Latin America has improved a few points. If I'm not mistaken, we were at 51% in Latin America according to previous results. So that may actually drop to 49 or 48%. Now, globally speaking, we're just doing average. We're doing slightly better than Africa and South Asia, better than Sub-Saharan Africa, where there's a 90% poverty learning. And we're quite far from OECD countries and European and Eastern European countries. So closing these initial remarks, I just wanted to mention that I do not see major changes as far as the regional performance is concerned. And Latin America is average and quite far from where we should be. We can continue to describe Latin America as a region that is experiencing a learning crisis and a region in which we have a great deal of inequality in terms of learning. Thank you, Jaime. Now, let's continue along these same lines, its general perspective. We also know that there are fewer economic resources available now for education as a result of the pandemic. What do you think should we prioritize in terms of the education program? Where should the efforts of the countries be aimed at so that we can improve performance in the region? Well, two key comments. Jorge, first of all, we should not assume that resources will be dwindling. I think that's something we need to continue to discuss in each of the countries, and read international as well. Now, it's true that if we look at the middle and low-income countries and we look at the recovery plans launched for the economies over the last 18 months, less than 3% of those recovery plans have allocated funds for education. We need to tweak that, because if we focus on the midterm and long-term impact of this crisis, we will see that the impact is on human capital. This is a neutron bomb that has been dropped in our societies, and the physical capacity has been affected, but not half as much as the human capacity. Human capacity is extremely affected, and I think that's where we need to focus our fight. And when you assess public spending, you will have to understand the impact of this crisis on the generation and their potential for growth. And that obviously has an impact on the future of our countries. And fiscal resources must grow for education, and they also must be more efficient. We know that many of the countries in the region have opportunity to be more efficient. So in other words, every dollar, every soul, every peso needs to focus on improving learning. And I am going to just finish my remarks because I know you're about to raise your hand. It is crucial for any decision made regarding education change and reform, and I'm referring to the upcoming weeks and months, because we are at a critical point right now and we call for urgent action. So it's critical that everything we do, that we know that it will be focusing on boosting the interaction between teachers and children and in classroom interaction. That is essential. If we have to distribute more tablets, that's fine. Okay, as long as the entire ecosystem is buoying that up so that when we distribute that input, this will lead to better interaction in the classroom in upcoming weeks between students and teachers, and not in next upcoming years, but rather in the upcoming months. Thank you for that. Allow me to mention that we will have a first round of questions with the participants, and each participant will have 3 questions, and we'll do that to close this round. And you, thank you. Allow me to continue with Manos Antoninis, the Director of Following Up on Education globally. Now the question is, Manos, as far as monitoring learning is concerned, what are the indicators and targets under SDG 4 that will contribute to boosting the results? And in your opinion, what are the key challenges that the region faces with regard to attaining SDG 4, specifically in the post-pandemic era? Thank you for the invitation, first of all. It's quite an honor for me to be here today to refer to regional collaboration. Now, I would like to begin by sharing my joy with you in terms of the successful outcome for the laboratory's work. Now, learning challenges go far beyond learning data. We know that following up on education after 2015 has shown that there have been radical changes. We saw that the UN focused on data, and so as a result, we have available to us all types of sources of information to understand what the progress is in terms of attaining SDG 4. Now, with regard to the technical follow-up group for attaining SDG, which is an excellent example of multilateralism, we work with the UNESCO Statistics Institute to foster this idea that learning assessments constitute a key source of information, not just for the indicator SDG 4.1, but for other indicators that are related to learning and teachers. Now, the UNESCO Statistics Institute published a report in 2018 that described how Erce and other assessments actually help in monitoring the SDG 4 indicators. This report will soon be updated with information from the Erce questionnaires. Now, the region faces many challenges regarding inclusion. In fact, this is one of the key contributions, I think, that the assessments on learning can actually make. For example, they point out the level of disaggregation at the school level. And our regional report on inclusion and education was prepared jointly with L'Oreal, and it was published a year ago, and it shows the situation of Latin America and the Caribbean. Now, we have also added COVID-19 to this entire situation, and the country's schools have been closed longer than any other region in the world, and that is a result of great disparity in terms of access to internet services, and this has had an impact on the children. Those countries with better access to remote education have done better, obviously, and so it's urgent to fund recovery plans. But for the laboratory and its followers, and I'm sorry if I am attributing any responsibility here, this also calls for doing away for this ongoing cycle. And the next round of this assessment should take place in 2024 and no later than that. Thank you. Thank you, Manos, for your remarks. Allow me to refer to the national authorities joining us. Roberto Fulcan, the Minister of Education for the Dominican Republic. And my question for you is, well, we know that the Dominican Republic was one of the countries that was shown as making significant progress from 2013 to 2019. We know there's more to do, though. What policies has your country adopted that have had a significant positive impact on learning? Thank you for your question. Greetings to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. It's quite a pleasure for me to be able to being here today and taking part in this transcendental discussion on the future of learning in our region and the world at large. Now, from 2013 to the present time, the Dominican Republic actually carried out a very broad social empowering process that also involved political and community mobilization on behalf of education. Now, our nation is a variety of different social realities. Now, we see that NGOs, political parties, the business sector, churches, intellectual, academic organizations, all of these parties actually worked closely to advocate for education. Now, this was a very broad social mobilization, and as a result, we were able to significantly increase public revenue, public funds for education, resulting in 4% of the GDP, which is actually practically twice that which had been invested in the past in education in the Dominican Republic. Now, this financial component, these extra funds were related to investments and programs and plans that had an impact on boosting reading primarily and math skills. Also, they had an impact on inclusion processes because we were able to boost the overall in-person enrollment on secondary and elementary school, and as well, to a certain extent, in early childhood. Now, as we can see in the numbers published in this report, this does not mean that we have made the progress we wanted to make as a country. We, within the education community, do not think this is enough to actually celebrate. We still have major challenges ahead and crucial obstacles to overcome in the immediate future. And as mentioned by the speaker before us, now the urgency is not for many years in the future, but for yesterday and today and tomorrow. And we know that we have made progress, and this is a result of key strategic partnerships that we forged locally with civil society, with academia, as well as with other international cooperation agencies that have been closely involved in the education processes underway in my country. Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for your reply. Allow me to continue with a question for the Minister of Education from Ecuador. Now, the question also refers to how Ecuador has been able to drop the number of students in the low-performing segment, but you still need to continue making progress like most of the countries in the region. So what policies has the country adopted that you believe could have had an impact on the outcomes of your students? Thank you. Greetings to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. The Ministry of Education works closely with the National Institute for Assessment, INEVAR. Now, we do this to conduct periodic studies on students and also in order to roll out an assessment test to the students who have actually finished their high school education, the baccalaureate. And this is something that we do before they launch their higher education career. Now, these results have allowed us to identify weaknesses, strengths, and so that we can act in consequence, either by pedagogically reinforcing the classroom activities or by focusing on specific skills that need to be reinforced in the teaching staff. And so we are constantly carrying out continuing education for our personnel and our teachers, and we are seeking methodologies that are more up to date at the disciplinary and interdisciplinary level. We've been doing this. We did this before the pandemic with all teachers across the nation, and during. We see that the results we are observing today, and specifically referring to language skills, one of the policies that we have adopted, in fact, has been the reading program called We Read Together. It focuses on boosting reading skills because this is a cross-cutting skill for other areas and allows to reinforce individuals' ability to access information and to boost their critical thinking skills. Now, I'm referring to during the pandemic, actually, we have been able to come up with a large number of virtual experiences, exchanges, and to share information and knowledge. And we also formed a virtual reading club that was open to the population at large. And we have other digital material available on our repository,
in which students and teachers can access a large amount of information. Thank you, Vice Minister. The second question refers to a country that has seen advances. Peru has seen significant increases at a sustained growth level, as has been presented today. What policies have you adopted that have provided positive effects and on these results today? And the second one is, what do you believe you should continue to delve into? Thank you for your presence, Nelly. Good morning to all of you. And Peru, in fact, has seen achievements that have taken place progressively, and we will mention some of these actions that form part of the educational policy and that which has caused this desired result. We put great emphasis on early education and were able to see an increase in coverage and to take it to 93%, including boys and girls from 3 to 5 years of age. And this coverage also presents certain gaps in quality because, well, specifically in rural areas. And we've also developed actions that we call conversions, and these aim to expand the children's attention and the mentioned ages, especially in early education and not in the non-school programs. And of course, we've worked on this in terms of demand and supply. This coverage also increased by paying special attention to children 3 to 5 years of age. They received the least amount of coverage, and so we expanded the early education to this group in order to address the largest amount possible of children. So within this program, we've looked at pedagogical programs and trying to focus on it at a primary level, at a national level, addressing the entire educational community. And by this, we're referring to the director and teachers. And of course, we have workshops and other groups, as well as specific meetings with the parents where they receive training, guidance on how to help their children to improve their learning. We also have pedagogical improvement, which is faculty training. And by their design, it is done in person, but also remotely in order to promote the improvement of pedagogical practices. At present, we're also promoting this strategy called Acompáñate, which is a strategy to offer technical assistance to institutions, faculty, and students who have received the program materials. Another important aspect of this effort has been to bet on training of the directors and the principals, so their leadership can be strengthened. Thank you. Thank you very much for your reply, Nelly. Next question is for Jaime Saavedra, who I believe needs to leave us. It's something that you somehow addressed, but let me ask you this. In a scenario of less economic resources due to the pandemic and where there are students that have not been able to attend class for 2 years, what measures could be adopted to fight educational backwardness and the possibility of learning loss of these students, especially the most vulnerable ones? What would you recommend in this sense? Thank you, Jorge, for your question. I believe that the information we have today for 2019 is a good baseline. Mano said that the next round should be in 2024. I would have preferred that it took place in 2021 and not, or 2022, not 2024, because we need to measure the skills we have today. We still have very little information. The little information we have shows that the crisis has been serious. And for example, in Sao Paulo and Mexico, in Brazil and Mexico, we see enormous losses, significant losses, and a lot of inequality. So the first thing that countries need to do is to measure. We need to understand the magnitude of this loss, where it is taking place, and of course, we need to impact education. We need to work with faculty. And this is the most important thing right now. We are looking at this after 2 years. It's an enormous shock for the children. It will be extremely complex to recover. But if you look at it this way, it's a scar, but we need to make sure that all children are up to par in their education and that they have the same opportunities as the ones that came before them and the children that will come after their generation. To do this, we need to know what the magnitude of the loss is, and we need to do it now. That is the sense of urgency that we have. And by now, I mean today or yesterday. Educational systems need to support these children, 5th grade children that will have 3rd or 2nd grade skills, so they cannot use 5th grade textbooks. We need to modify the teaching process to understand where the children are today. We need to teach them at an adequate level, at the level the children find themselves today, understanding that in each classroom, each child is different and has gone through a different experience. Those are our challenges. So we must offer support to faculty so they can deal with this situation within the classroom and to offer each child the support they need today. It's a huge challenge, but that's what we're up for. Thank you very much for your participation. I'd like to continue then. We are a little bit late, so we will finish with another round of questions. Manos. Countries have less than a decade to achieve the SDG 4 targets. How do you assess the achievement of these targets, taking into account that Erce 2019 provides intermediate information for monitoring, and how can the different countries accelerate the changes that will allow them to achieve this goal? You have the floor. Thank you, Jorge. Let's look first at what it means to achieve the SDG 4 targets. The countries have collectively agreed to reaching SDG 4, a very ambitious objective, but not very realistic. So within our scope of work, we should establish points of reference. This means that each country will determine where they plan to be by 2025 and 2030. And given these starting points, we will better understand what we know and how countries can make progress. So at UNESCO, they've been working very hard to have a more technical and political effort to establish these reference points as countries are making contributions at a national level to the climate change agenda. I'm sure that you will agree that the future of the planet and the future of our children are equally important. The process has an additional advantage. Basically, it aligns the national agendas, regional and global agendas. This includes a point of reference by Erce, for example, 3rd and 6th grade. At a global level, 42% of the countries have presented their points of reference. 8% is in the process of doing so, and the rest are completing their regional commitments in Europe and in our region. But in the South, there's been a lower response. So I would like to invite the ministers of Peru, Ecuador, and Dominican Republic to present their points of reference on the SDG 4. When the Secretary General of the UN has completed his transformative summit in New York, there should be no countries in Latin America that have not fulfilled this vision. There should be dialogue between peers with comparative progress, our achievements, and we will only then be on the right path to achieve SDG 4. Thank you for your reply. I would like to invite our 3 national authorities that are with us here today on the idea of having a national program such as laboratory. The question for all 3 of you is, how can we have information such as that is included in the YESE? How has this helped you make decisions to improve the educational situation in your countries? You each have 2 minutes, and I'd like to offer the floor first to Roberto Furcat, Minister of Education of the Dominican Republic. You have the floor. So within the framework of this educational proposal that we're implementing in the Dominican Republic, which is the Educación para Vivir Mejor program, we are aware of the value that quality education information has, obtaining relevant, timely, and reliable data to make strategic decisions in planning for education in the short, medium, and long term. Having studies such as this is of the utmost importance to improve the quality of our education. We firmly believe in the use of this evidence and this data. We believe that one of the problems that our educational systems have had in the region is precisely that we have taken on a blind school of sorts. We have not really been looking. These issues are catastrophic, or we study them every 5 or 10 years with international studies. So we need to make a greater effort, do more research, more planning, more follow-up, more monitoring, and more assessments. Of course, more research. So Erce allows us to monitor ourselves as a system, to analyze policies and actions, to learn from our countries, share lessons learned, having regional references. It is impossible to improve without assessment and without having a starting point to trace or to create the roadmap and to have a destination for this. One of our baselines will be taken into account in the recommendations of this important study, and it comes at the best time, at the time when we are completing our institutional development plan of the Ministry of Education of the Dominican Republic. Thank you, Minister, for your answer.
La viceministra del Ministerio de Educación de Ecuador a abordar el mismo punto.
Minister of Education from Ecuador, you have the floor to address the same question. Thank you, Jorge. Well, the regional comparative and explanatory study allows us to understand the current situation of education regionally. Now, when we compare the situation between countries and inside one individual country as well, as far as the specific results are concerned. Now, these findings will allow us to draw up specific responses that are based on policy and that will aim to attain the SDG, specifically number 4, which seeks quality education for all. Moreover, these findings enable us to consider a broader situation with regard to education nationally, because they provide us with this regional comparison and provide evidence of what's going on in the education sector, because it's not always easy to understand what's going on elsewhere when you're under your own specific area. Now, we see that we also have access to good regional practices. Now, the Ministry of Education today works with 5 key areas that focus on drafting public policy that really needs to be evidence-based. The study, the findings that we are receiving today, and all the other research and studies carried out nationally and internationally provide us with the necessary input to determine what is doing well and what is not doing so well, so that we can correct our course in order to strengthen learning and education. Now, to this end, we have created strategic partnerships to bring about networks that foster good education practices and learnings. And also, we have been able to launch better continuing education for teachers. It's important for the teachers to be trained as researchers, not just to foster their role in high school, but also so that they can transfer this knowledge to their students, and so that they will be able to systematically adopt good practices, to exchange them as well as sources of information, and create these communities of learning Thank you. Thank you, Cynthia. Now allow me to give the floor to the Vice Minister of Education of Peru to refer to this matter. Well, politically speaking, the results of international studies such as this one provide us with an outlook as far as the situation of learning of our students. And this provides us with a regional comparative framework as well for comparing what we are doing nationally at different levels with what others are doing regionally, locally, institutionally. Now, with regard to pedagogical aspects and education policies, this information allows us to better understand what tools are available for teachers, for pedagogical experts, so that we can ensure that their skills are being developed. And also this allows us to better align and design policies and other instruments. It also sheds light on how we need to coordinate, that is, the various stakeholders need to coordinate in terms of decision making and adopt a territorial approach. Now, the information with regard to learning's achievements and the other variables that we have just heard about allow us to target, to characterize, and to spread the information with regard to students' learning needs and their potential as well, all with a view to revisit, reassess strategies, reassess content, programs, plans, and educational material. Now, one of the key decisions involved here has been prioritizing care for the rural communities because they call for a new type of service and new policies based on a territorial approach and in keeping with their context. Thank you. Thank you, Nelly. With those remarks, I would like to close this first panel. I would also like to sincerely thank you all for your very rich comments and for shedding light on how a program such as the Erce can actually be a valuable tool for national education policies. Once again, thank you for your contribution. Thank you to all of you who are taking part in this event. Thank you. Thank you, Jorge, for moderating this, and thank you to the authorities and specialists who have taken part on this panel, this discussion panel. We do know that there are so many other issues that are addressed under the study, and that these are key input for today's discussion and discussions that will be carried out in the future. This will allow us to better understand the gaps and challenges that we all face. And to refer to this, I would like to invite a statistician from the Catholic University in Chile to refer to this. In recent years, he has also worked at the Latin American Laboratory in terms in a coordinating capacity. So Carlos, the floor is yours. Thank you. Paula, can you hear me? Yes. Thank you, distinguished participants. Thank you for joining us today. Good morning, good afternoon, really depending on where you are joining us from. So today I am responsible for presenting to you the studies of the associated factors. This is the second part of the launch today. I am simply waiting for permission to share my screen so that I may begin my presentation. While we are doing that, allow me to mention that we will be sharing the screen, but also we wanted to remind those of you who are joining us on the various platforms that the best platform for viewing the presentations is YouTube. In fact, in YouTube, you can actually change the resolution. of what you see on the screen. So once again, the best way to view these PowerPoint presentations is on YouTube. Go ahead, Carlos. Thank you. Let's move on to the next slide, please. This presentation covers the following issues: some background information on the study of associated factors. I will try to best present the results so that you can follow them during the presentation. And then we have 3 blocks with 3 specific pieces of information that have been gleaned from this study. For example, background information on the students and their families, the results of various schools, and other associated factors that are associated to teachers and learning. And I will wrap up with some very general conclusions. So in any event, once I conclude each thematic component, I will provide you with a quick summary of what I have presented. Next slide, please. Let me begin with background information on the study. Next slide, please. Now, the study, as I'm sure you have heard from our director, is a regional effort that involved active participation of the countries in terms of the implementation. So all of the characteristics that are referred to in the study refer to the country's needs. For example, with regard to the associated factors component, this was drawn up because various the countries mentioned it's important to involve a variety of different stakeholders in the educational component sector, and to include statistics with regard to who is doing better, who is doing worse than the average. But not just that, it's important to understand the overall context of the students' learning experience and to identify some factors that are related to their academic achievements so that we can provide information to best guide education efforts. How do we do this? Well, next slide, please. We did this through self-reporting questionnaires that were carried out during the same Erce 2019 period and aimed at the same participants, the same students participating in the study, and other stakeholders in their environment, specifically in their family members, their families, parents, etc., teachers who are teaching them in the classroom. Same teachers included as participants under the Erce 2019. Now, these instruments are adapted to the national context, and this adaptation is not just language related, but it's also a context-based adaptation so that they can actually gather information that is as useful as possible for the participating countries. For example, as far as the indigenous peoples are concerned, they are able to refer to specific categories for specific indigenous communities so that when the countries can conduct a more detailed analysis of the data, they can actually come up with information that is more applicable to them. We also have the opportunity to add some national modules, and these consist of a series of additional questions for some countries to assess the areas of local interest. And in Erce 2019, this practically half of the countries actually came up with their own modules based on their own requirements. And over the upcoming months, we expect for the YESE member countries to submit the results of these modules as well. Next slide, please. Here, what I have for you is information on the conceptual framework and how we actually prepared the study and built it. It's focused on some key questions that are broken down into different areas of importance with regard to the students' environment. First of all, the students and their families. There, we wanted to study associations between the student characteristics and achievement indicators in the 3 areas studied: language, math, and science. Secondly, we also wanted to determine the extent to which there are associations between the family characteristics and the achievement indicators. There's another area related to the importance of school, and here the key question is: how important is your school to you for your academic achievement. And then we refer to inequality, the education establishment. We also refer to socioeconomic circumstances, both for the individuals and the schools, and how these are related to the different education achievements. Also, we will refer to information on teaching practices, referring to associations between academic achievements and teaching practices. And then finally, some attributes related to the schools. And the key question is here, to what extent do you actually identify links between your school attributes and the achievement indicators in math, language, and science? The next slide refers to an overview of all the different dimensions that were addressed under the associated factors study. Now, this is simply just a preview of what you will be able to see in the report and in the Erce 2019 database when these are all made public. And then, of course, in all of the thematic reports that we will be generating in the upcoming months. We are not going to address all of these aspects today because we do not have enough time. So what we have done is that we have selected a few key areas to refer to some of the most relevant results. Next slide refers to the methodological approach for those of you who are interested in this component. We refer to how this was actually rolled out from a psychometric perspective. And here the analysis is actually based on an approach that was used during the Terce in 2013. And the approach recognizes that various different factors are associated with different associated factors are observed at different levels, individual, family, class, school, and also that these are reported at the group level, such as classroom and school establishment level. For the individual factors, we have come up with population regression models, and for the teaching and school factors, we have conducted analyses using multi-level adapted models that allows us to better take advantage of the study design, specifically in terms of the sampling, so that we can come up with specific information on the impact of schools on students' learning.
Today, we're basically talking about different relationships between the factors analyzed and the scores of the test. I'm not going to look in detail at the test for all the countries. The idea is to just give you an overview at a regional level. And I'd like to show you some examples of some of these tests so you can see what the behavior of these factors is. In addition to that, these relationships are always in two versions. One is with and without control because of the socioeconomic levels of students and the schools. Both types of information are relevant, and it allows us to offer much more information depending on where this would be. And we're introducing both versions. And it's important to stress that any interpretation made of these results has to be understood as an observational study. The design of the study doesn't allow us to do any causal analyses, even if we have evidence to supplement it with other studies and to develop other areas of public policies. If we keep advancing, we can take a quick look at how these results will be presented. We can continue with the next slide. What we have here is basically that 90%, if not more, of the results that you will see in the next slides is classified in one of these categories. It's either a factor that corresponds to a categorical variable, either because it's part of a dichotomy or it's been dichotomized to better interpret it, or we can look at a regional score for each group and the frequencies observed. And of course, then we will present the effect of the factor for each country with and without socioeconomic level control for other areas of the Erce 2019. Thank you. On the other hand, a group of factors that corresponds to indexes that are continuous variables, and this is useful for the interpretation. I'll mention that later. These indexes are composed of different items that are mentioned in the surveys. So their composition and interpretation will be specifically mentioned in each index so that we can have clarity in terms of what each index means, what is being measured, and what the main characteristics of this index are. And we will be presenting the effect of the factor in each country with and without socioeconomic level control. Following, what you will see in the next slide is how we will visualize this information. In the first place, what we see there at the top is the proportion of individuals in each category. We've prepared this presentation so that all category variables can be read in the same way, basically in categories yes or no. I will explain what the reference category is, but it's important to understand whether they belong to this category or not. And what you will see in the next slide is the average score, regional score in each of the categories we see there. In the sixth one, we see sciences, mathematics, and in third grade, we have mathematics and reading. So here we have a graph with the effect of each of a factor in each country. Next slide, please. Then we see the category variables. The interpretation is basically the effect of belonging to the category yes in the studied factor versus category no. Next, please. In the case of the indexes, the graph represents the effect of being at one standard deviation. And the blue bar is the no control for socioeconomic level, and red bars do have control for socioeconomic levels. And what we're doing is we're presenting the bars only when the effect is statistically speaking different. If a bar is not included for a given country, blue or red, it is because that effect is not statistically different from zero. And in this case, we don't want to contaminate the presentation. Having said that, we hope to begin with the presentation of the results. Could you skip 2 slides, please? Thank you. So, with the information of the students and their families here, the first thing we analyze is belonging to original peoples. So we see the achievements of students that are 55 points in favor of students that don't belong to original peoples. And this shows a structural issue that does not favor the students of original peoples. And this population that we're studying, that is participating in the Erce 2019, are students that go to regular schools where Spanish is taught, as is the case of 15 countries of the Erce, and Portuguese in the case of Brazil. This has to do with the sample design of the study, because when we present these studies, we need to bear in mind that we're not looking at the results of students, for example, that attend schools where there are only indigenous children and where their language is taught. These are students in the regular system. So we see reading and mathematics in 6th grade, and the effect that you see you see that the effect is uneven but consistent in most countries shown. And when you do a control for socioeconomic level, it does drop a little, but it's not that significant. And in some cases, it persists. So it is not fully due to the socioeconomic condition of the students, the disadvantages that they are undergoing. The original people students are showing the more unfavorable results in these tests. Literature shows that there's been some significant efforts in reducing this gap. It has to be done with efforts focusing on these students that belong to this group. In the next slide, we see another factor, which is attendance to early education. This factor, as is the case of all the student factors, which begins from self-reporting surveys, is reported by students. So the students say whether they have attended or not this early education, irrespective of their format. And what we can see is that 84% of third grade students say that they have attended early education. In the next slide, we see that 88% of sixth grade students state the same thing. And we observe favorable results for all students that throughout their trajectory, educational life or trajectory, have gone through early education. So in these tests in all areas, they have averages of around 28 points, with significant differences between the countries. Next slide. One more, please. Here we can see the specific case of reading for third and sixth grade, and we see all factors. And we can see that it is more clear in sixth grade. And the relevant part of this information is that, as in the case of original peoples, it does not disappear. It is associated with the results of the students. As we saw in the previous slides, students attending early education do so in a high percentage, and in some cases it's higher in some countries than others, but it's important to focus on students that are not having access to that opportunity. They are the ones that are obtaining the less favorable results. In the next slide, what we can see is a repetition.
Tercer grado de los estudiantes a nivel regional declara haber repetido de grado a lo largo de su trayectoria educativa.
Basically, if they fail and need to repeat the level, there is an effect that is quite significant, and there is a standard deviation in the entire scale. It is associated with repetition of a grade. Next slide, please. Here we can see sixth grade. Next, please, so that we can see the countries. We will see third and sixth grades, and in general, it is quite uneven. But you can see that there are 20 and 100 points throughout the countries. Except for those who have repeated. This is an analysis by socioeconomic level. It has to do with the students that have repeated their class or grade. For example, in Cuba, it's up to 44% and 66% in Colombia. But again, it is referring to the case of attendance to early education. There's students that have unfortunately been delayed because they were harmed by the pandemic. Here we also have absenteeism. This factor will be defined by whether the student has been absent less than twice in the last month. So this is around 10% of monthly classes, which is what is defined as chronic absenteeism in literature. This is also associated with lower achievements. And it's important to take into account that 1 out of 3 students have declared that they have not attended twice in the last month, that they've been absent. And we see that the percentage of the population that is being affected by chronic absenteeism is quite high, and that the effect that we can observe is around 60 points between countries. Next, please.
En general, en tercer grado se
We
observa
can see that generally speaking, the 3rd grade, this effect is more pronounced than it is in the 6th grade. But systematically, this is something that appears in most of the countries, and it doesn't actually go away when we assess it by socioeconomic level. Now, the next slide also refers to the number of days studying per week. Now, we conducted this to determine whether or not the student studies at least 1 day a week, once a week per school day. 80% of the students stated that they study at least 1 day a week outside of their school schedule versus 20% who do not. Now, this is very similar to the percentage referring to 6th grade, where it dropped slightly to 74%. Now, we also have seen that there is an unfavorable impact on those students who do not study outside of class, and that's roughly 40% in terms of the negative impact. And generally speaking, if you look at the next slide, what you can see is that when we also address this from a socioeconomic perspective, this situation remains the same. Next slide, please. Here we will look into a new factor. And this begins assessing other different factors within the student's educational environment. Specifically, we have asked some questions to the students' families. For example, we will refer to the expectations for future schooling of the student. For example, does the family expect the student to at least go to higher education? The percentage is quite high. In fact, 6 out of every 10 families expect their students to go to higher education. And that expectation is also related to educational achievements on the Erce test. Generally speaking, we can see that in the 3rd and 6th grade, next slide please, this factor is associated with a 61% difference in terms of the students' results. Next slide refers to shows the effect, the difference between grades, and here we did not apply any socioeconomic filter. Next slide, please. Here we will refer to a specific index, which is the Parent Involvement Index in the students' learning experience at home. This measures the frequency with which the parents are involved in their children's learning experience at home. Now, this information has been gleaned from items that measure certain actions, such as going over the students' homework or asking about their grades, etc. Now, what's important here is that this is a factor that's addressed by the students and the families on the different questionnaires. And here we have worked with information that comes from the students specifically, because that information is more complete.
Que en general los estudiantes que viven
The next slide refers to students who live in households where their parents or their families are more involved in their learning experience. We see that these students tend to have better results, better achievements than those households where there is no involvement. when we apply a socioeconomic filter, the same situation remains. We have also seen that this difference would seem to be more important in the third grade than it is in the sixth grade in terms of the magnitude of the impact. And that's related to the fact that younger students may be less independent. And so if you have family members supporting them and helping them, that results in better outcomes, more so than it does in the sixth grade. Now, let's quickly stop here to draw some initial conclusions. First of all, what does ERCE 2019 tell us? Well, it tells us that students who have had preschool education have better learning achievements than those who have not, and that students who stay behind a year or who repeat tend to have worse results. Now, if they make progress in their school experience, they will, if they have preschool education that is as solid, they will be able to continue forward with the solid results. Early warning, early involvement mechanisms are key too. We have seen that not going to school has a negative impact on students' outcomes, and those students who spend more time studying have better results. Involving parents as well is associated with better outcomes. So it's important to squirrel away time for learning, for going to school, and for studying at home. And to the extent possible, it's important for the parents and families to be involved in the students' learning experience. Next slide, please, refers to results, school to school comparisons. Here we see differences between schools. Now, for those of you who work with data, this is most likely very important, but can be skewed, if you will, because of interpretation. It's not always easy to interpret this. And this is related to the percentage of variability of the scores linked to the schools. We want to know how much of this variability is explained by the fact that a student attends a specific school. Now, in technical terms, this tends to be measured in terms of the actual classroom experience. What we see here is that in more than half the countries for the region and for all the grades and disciplines assessed, I'm just showing you math here, but this is something that also applies to all the areas. But anyhow, this percentage is roughly 40% or even greater in some cases. What does this mean? Well, just because the student goes to a specific school, that specific school can explain 40% of the variability in the students' results. Now, this is very important. In other regions, we have seen this phenomenon is actually lower, 20%. It's much less pronounced. And why is this data so important? Well, because one could assume that all the schools have a relative similar contribution to learning, but that's not true in our region. We can see that that is not true, and that is related to several different factors, not just one. And we do know that socioeconomic makeup of a school is precisely one of these factors. That is better explained by the next slide, where when we break down the differences in schools, we can see that this shows the differences in socioeconomic level of the children in the same classroom. And we can see how the socioeconomic level of a student does have an impact, even though on average the indicator is 15 points here, but it's not as high as we would expect to see. Now, this next slide refers to the contextual impact of socioeconomic condition status. This might seem to be a bit of a tongue twister, but this refers to the students' achievements in students who are in schools with different socioeconomic levels. And we are removing the socioeconomic factor so that we can try to understand what other differences are attributing to, what other factors are attributing to the students' different outcomes. We have seen here that the impact of these different factors is higher. The socioeconomic context explains to 30% of the difference in the standard deviation, and there's significant differences from the countries, 18%, 19%, etc. Depending on the country. Now, what's important here is that the socioeconomic level of the school is much more significant in terms of explaining the variability when compared to the students' individual socioeconomic information. Quick conclusions. Here we can see that in most of the countries of the region, the score differences between the students can actually be explained primarily by the schools that they attend. And in most of the countries in the region, we can see that the socioeconomic context of the school also has a greater impact, and it has a greater impact than the socioeconomic level of the students per se. So we need to think about equity. We need to do away with the socioeconomic differences of the schools so that we provide students, all the students, with the same learning experience and opportunities. Let's move on to the third and last aspect of this study that we'll be referring to today, and this is teachers and learning. And teaching, rather, teachers and teaching. This is the most anecdotal information. If you have been paying attention and haven't fallen asleep, you will see that this graph is a bit here to shake things up. What you're seeing here are the impact of the teacher's years of experience in teaching. Now, this is a direct measurement of the number of years teaching of individual teachers, and we see that in most of the education systems of the region, we do not see that there's a significant ratio between the years of experience of teaching and the students' achievements. Generally speaking, this ratio is not seen as significant, and when it does actually occur, when there is an impact, it's a minimal impact, it's only 2 points roughly, which is minor. Now, what we do see is that this is something we need to carefully consider, because what we can't do, for example, is to just brush over the teaching experience and state that what they do in the classroom doesn't affect what the students do, because we know that that's not true. We know that it does. What we're seeing here is that the years of experience as a standalone factor are not associated with the students' learning. But I do want to show you some other factors that we are also assessing that shed entirely different light on this. And it will allow you to better understand this. Next slide, please. You can see here how we are assessing some of the aspects of the students' pedagogical experience. Let's start with how teaching is organized. Now, this measures the frequency with which the teachers carry out certain teaching organization practices in the classroom, including certain actions such as having all of the material ready prior to beginning the class, to clearly state the objectives of the class at the beginning, and at the end of the class, conduct a quick summary of what was addressed during that class. Now, this factor is important because it's actually informed by the students. So there's no self-reporting impact. The teachers aren't self-reporting this. So this is something that is actually, this information is provided by the students as far as the practices observed by them in the classroom. Now, what's also important here is that the students achieve better academic results when the teachers are organized in terms of their teaching skills. And this most of the countries show this. There are differences, though, 16 to 19%. For example, some students refer to better practices in this area, and depending on the country, but on average, we have 50 points in terms of the effect, and the effect does not go away in most of the countries. There are some exceptions, but in most of the countries, the effect does not go away. It's the same, it remains the same when we apply the socioeconomic filter. Next factor refers to the teacher's interest in the student's well-being. This measures the frequency with which the teachers carry out certain actions that actually show that they're interested in the student's well-being. How have we measured this under 2019 Erce? Well, we used a questionnaire to refer to items that capture certain actions stated by the students, actions that the teachers take out. For example, these teachers show interest for their students' ability to understand difficult material, or they talk to the children when they seem to be sad or excited. And essentially, these are actions that the teachers carry out that are that are attractive to the students. Next slide refers to how this and the previous indicator is positively associated with the educational achievements, and there's roughly on average 40 points, and this is something we see in most of the grades, with some differences between grades. In fact, the ratio tends to be more obvious for third graders versus sixth graders, and it doesn't actually go away. It's slightly reduced in some cases, but it doesn't go away when we apply the socioeconomic filter.
In the following slide, we're going to see the last factor to present in this at this time, which has to do with supporting the students' learning. This index measures the frequency with which the faculty carry out certain actions to support the students pedagogically. And it includes actions to pay attention to the learning of their students, to encourage them to do their work, to recognize when they respond correctly, adequately, and to to pay attention also to errors when necessary and to adequately respond. So we see that this factor follows the trend of the previous ones, and they understand and feel when they are supported pedagogically, and they have 40 points more when they receive this support. And the same thing with the previous factors. The association is not reduced. Next slide, please. Some conclusions of this mini block. What does this show us? It shows us that the years of experience on their own are not associated with better results for learning, and the practices for support and monitoring are associated with greater learning of the students. The students report that their teachers express interest for their well-being and therefore have better learning and achievements, and the students do see this association, but it is not necessarily because of the years of experience, but because of their disposal and their performance in the classroom. Finally, I'd like to make a brief summary of the conclusions we've seen until now. If we could go to the next slide. What have we seen in this presentation? Very briefly, we've observed that students that went to early education and that have seen better learning achievements. And this has to do with studying in the classroom as well as in the home. and families need to be involved in their learning. This has a positive result, and all these achievements are explained in a high percentage by the school they are attending, and this factor is also explained many times by the socioeconomic level of the school more than of each specific student, and it is associated with the learning of the student. Well, teaching practice is associated with the learning process of the students more so than their professional experience. I thank you for your attention, and I hope that this will help feed the conversation that we will have with the panelists. Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you for all the detail. I was listening to your last comments attentively, and they will no doubt affect the way in which we think of all these support policies. We have another roundtable associated with it will be moderated by Ernesto Treviño. He's director of the Center for Transformation of Education at the Catholic University, doctor in education. He from Harvard University has a master's in international education policies. Also from Harvard University, I'd like to ask that you all turn on your cameras so that I can introduce you. Hello, Ernesto. It's a pleasure. We will have the following people on the panel. Ena Elsa Velázquez, Minister of Education of Cuba, doctor in Pedagogical Sciences, Master in Educational Sciences, and a bachelor's in Education, also with a minor in Chemistry. Mauro Luis Ravelo, Secretary of Education, Elementary Education in Brazil. He has a master's and PhD in Math by the University of Brasilia, and he has a PhD from Stanford. He is currently the Secretary or Minister of Education in Brazil. Mercedes Mateo, head of the Division of Education Division at the IDB. She has a PhD in Political Sciences, International Relations, and leads an initiative to rethink education and strengthen learning ecosystems to better prepare individuals with 21st century skills. Carlos Vargas, head of the UNESCO Faculty Development Section. He's a sociologist with a master's in education and doctor in educational innovation. Today, he is the head of the Faculty Development Unit in UNESCO Paris. You're turning the cameras on. I can see you now. I would like to offer the floor then to Ernesto. You have the floor. It is a pleasure for me to moderate this panel. I would like to greet the authorities that are with us today, and specifically from Cuba, Ena Elsa Velázquez, Mr. Mauro Ravelo from Brazil, Mercedes Mateo, head of the IDB Educational Division, and Carlos Vargas, head of the UNESCO Faculty Development Unit. As you well know, the panel will consist of a series of questions, and we will be switching between the participants so that we can have a dialogue. Each participant will have a maximum of 2 minutes to answer his or her questions, and I would very much like you to stick to the allotted time so that we can ask you all the questions we have for you. I'd like to ask Minister Velázquez about the results that we saw we know that there's several factors associated with the children's learning, parent involvement, and what happens in the classroom. So in general terms, could you tell us where you believe the main challenges are and how this report can contribute to educational policy decision-making in Cuba? Thank you, and good morning to all participants. We believe that all the factors associated have an important role, as they are the result of the educational sciences as well as the results of other investigations carried out at an international level. There is no doubt that the pedagogical practice and choice of the educational system is of the utmost importance. It is in the classroom where the objectives and contents can be completed and where the educator and the students interact the most. So this best contributes to the general objective of education. We consider that this Erce version, whose results are being shared today, has achieved a greater proximity to the classroom, and it has offered us very useful information to better address the development of quality classrooms. These results help us enrich what we're doing. And as you know, we are preparing new textbooks and methodological systems which will favor compliance of these sustainable development goals. And of course, some of the information contributed will better our education system in Cuba. Thank you, Minister, for your reply. I would like to ask Mauro Rebelo, Minister of Elementary Education in Brazil, a very specific question. Brazil is one of the countries that has best results compared to the region. How do you evaluate this result at a national level? And what would be your interpretation of the educational policies that have taken Brazil to the level it finds itself in? Good afternoon, Ernesto. It is a pleasure to be here today and to present the results of Erce. The results achieved in Brazil show us that we are on the right path. We are offering inclusive education with our students. And in the last few years, Brazil has had or undergone a very significant reform. It is important because Brazil, with a federal regime, has taken through strategies and goals of undertaken a collaborative role. And the goals of for elementary education have allowed us to improve early education. In 2007, we began our curriculum changes, the BCC, which established knowledge and skills that we hope that our students will develop. This is part of the purpose for our educational system, to have a democratic and inclusive population. We also work strongly on literacy because we understand that this is the foundation of subsequent education. The system promotes continuous training for all faculty, pedagogical support, and evaluation of the professionals that find themselves in this stage. So it is satisfactory to see that our readers are doing well in the region, but we still need to improve. We cannot leave anyone behind. Data found in the Erce 2019 show us the challenges that we are addressing. And it's important for us to take the next steps. We have anticipated this. We have created a program called Brasil na Escola, oriented to elementary education, specifically 6 to 12 years of age, in order to recover the learning of these students and including innovative pedagogical practices.
Thank you for that reply. Clearly, there are synergies here. Allow me to also mention that there are pending challenges in terms of the future progress that needs to be secured with regard to the 2030 agenda. Now allow me to give the floor to Mercedes Mateo to specifically ask about something that the other speaker mentioned, that is, well, given the fact that Erce 2019 has showcased the importance of focusing on preschool education from ages up to age 4, what do you think we need to do in terms of expanding coverage and improving the quality of preschool education so that we can foster better development among the children? Thank you, Ernesto. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you today. And thank you for the question. It's extremely relevant. Now, socioeconomic progress of any country really depends on human capital. All of us here present today clearly understand that. And it's also a priority for the IDB. And this has been reflected on the 2025 vision, which is a roadmap involving a strategy for reinvesting in the Americas. Now, in that context, there are two key moments in an individual's lifetime in which the brain is particularly malleable. And the Secretary Ravelli referred to this. One is childhood, and the other time is adolescence. And now literature is quite clear today, showing that the early childhood years are critical for the future lifelong development of individuals. And also these have certain implications for poverty, intergenerational mobility, socioeconomic development. And so investing in those years is very cost effective. As Ernesto mentioned, the region has had significant progress in terms of access to preschool education. However, there are still challenges remaining with regard to coverage, and the attendance is low when compared to developed nations. In the OECD, practically all of the countries have coverage that surpasses 90%. Latin America and the Caribbean, the regional average does not even reach 80% plus coverage, and participation is very disparate when you compare countries and when you compare a country to the different regions within a specific country. We know that the socioeconomic situation has an impact on that. And if we want to boost the regional average, we need to focus on bringing up the lowest countries. For example, Honduras is the lowest coverage, and then also focus on those countries in the lowest quintiles. In addition to that, we know that the countries have legislation stating that universal preschool education is universal until age 5, but we need to make sure that this applies to, actually it's universal from age 5 up, but we need to make sure this applies to age 3 to 5 in order to boost access to this type of education, in order to level the playing field in terms of opportunities for children of age 3 to 5. Now, there are some exceptions. when you have access to preschool education, for example, is not mandatory, and when it's optional, we see that the spending can be regressive because it really will depend on families' decisions. Lower income families have less access to information, for example, and there are other structural social factors that come into place. We know that some are more challenging to address, such as the structural ones, such as transportation, hourly cost, but still you can work on the cultural factors. You can also work on different types of behavioral sciences, for example. We know that these have a lower cost. With regard to policy, there is a success story, which is Chile, where during the two previous periods of Bachelet's administration, they were able to significantly boost coverage. From 2000 to 2006, the presidential goal was to boost access to early childhood education. And with the information that has been gathered from surveys, we can actually see that the effort invested here to boost this level was quite effective because they were able to increase the level by 6%. They were also able to close the gaps in the lowest quintiles from 2006 to 2013. During the second period of Bachelet, second administration, the use levels moved from 6% in daycare to 26% as well. Well, from 6 to 20 to 6 and 25% to 18 and 40%. Those were the increases during that period. Now, focus on the following. On August 16th of 2015, the Mercurio in Chile had a 2-page article entitled Empty Daycares. Now, during the second stage, from 2014 onward, the Chilean government, and the article actually refers to the second period, the Chilean government focused on increasing childcare education by adding 90,000 additional posts and expanding coverage. And the authorities back then actually confirmed that it was much more difficult than they expected to do that, and that short term, only 37% of those new place vacancies were actually filled. Now, not only do we need to expand coverage, but also we need to bring about the necessary conditions so that the families can have access to these services and bring their children, drop the children off at these daycares. Another key issue that I would like to wrap up is that specifically for these early services, quality interaction with adults is key. Early childhood education does not necessarily provide the same quality to everyone. Children in rural areas or in more vulnerable groups in poor neighborhoods, according to evidence, it's clear that the quality of the adult-child interaction is essential because that will also have a significant long-term impact on these child's development. So 3 things: expanding coverage for younger children, expanding quality coverage, and coming up with the necessary incentives to ensure that the most vulnerable families actually make a decision to drop their children off at the daycare. Thank you for that, Mercedes. Now, we have seen that there's a variety of different factors that need to come together to converge to foster early childhood education. Just allow me to mention that in Chile, we actually conducted a study for an entire region, and we saw that roughly 30% of the daycare establishments had high levels of interaction between the adults and the children. Many of these are rural public facilities. So that shows that we have the foundation in the region to actually bring about this systemic improvement in terms of preschool, adult, child interaction. Allow me to give the floor to Carlos Vargas, because I have a question for you, a specific question. Now, we know that the results of the ERCE show how important it actually is for us to promote different types of learnings in the classroom. So according to you, what policies should be explored or rolled out in the region in terms of teacher development with a specific view to improving what Mercedes mentioned, to improving performance, improving interaction between teachers and students, all in order to support integral learning and development. Thank you, Ernesto, for that. And good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to answer your question, but prior to doing that, I would like to greet the Madam Minister from Cuba, the Minister from Brazil, and my colleague from the IDB. It's a pleasure to join you in this panel. I would also like to commend my colleagues from the regional office of UNESCO for launching this report. I'm very pleased to be here with you, as always. Now, allow me, Ernesto, to respond to your question. But in doing so, let me refer to something that actually occurred to us prior to the pandemic, but that has actually been increasingly confirmed during the pandemic. We know that the teacher-student interactions have become more collaborative and participatory during the pandemic. For example, we have these communities of practitioners, exchanges, tutoring, mentorships between students, and we know that the virtual platforms allow them to share resources. It's important to mention that these educational dynamics assume that there's an explicit recognition of the teachers as individuals able to transfer knowledge. And it also assumes that these are boosting the agency, if you will, of the teachers and their autonomy. I think it's important to begin by recognizing the faculty's skills, that their ability to make adjustments to the curriculum, to their different teaching methods and testing methods, so that all of these are appropriate for the various contexts. It's also important to ensure that there are continuing education opportunities available for faculty. We have seen that technology, new and old technology, is growing and widespread use, not just digital technology, but new use has been given to old technology. Peer meetings, for example, or teacher assessments. Obviously, all this calls for new training programs. I also mentioned support for the teachers, their peer relations. We know that they are in a very unique position to take pedagogical decisions that will have a key impact. Also, I would like to mention that it's important to bear in mind the faculty's working conditions. Let's not forget that some of the SDG 4 targets 4.C, for example, refers to boosting the number of qualified teachers. And there's a specific indicator related to pay, teacher pay, when compared to other professions. It's key to focus on this to ensure that we garner more qualified individuals with better profiles, so that all the teachers will be able to learn from each other, to document information and knowledge and practices and share. With regard to the relationships, I will refer to that in the next round. We have contributed significant input to this discussion ever since the launching of the education report a few weeks ago, and this is specifically related to the role of the teacher's relationship with the students. I'll talk about that in the next round of questions. Thank you for those kind remarks. Allow me to start the round over with a new request for replies. Minister Velasquez, perhaps you could refer to a new question. For example, we know that Cuba has a long-standing tradition of providing support for the teaching community and teachers in the classroom. As a result, given the findings of the laboratory study, we would like to know what policies you have launched in recent years and that you believe may have actually had a positive impact on the results overall and the learning that we have seen. And please refer to some specific steps, policies that you have taken that have been most effective to foster teacher performance.
So, irrespective of the assessment, compliance, and what has been achieved in qualitative and quantitative terms, Cuba is intent on improving education in general. We're talking about a type of education that helps increase their development. It is a developing classroom. And the idea is to promote a quality classroom. So the 2030 agenda with its 4.1 goal has marked the development of critical thinking of the student, improving their quality of life. So traditional pedagogical demands are added to the new ones. This is what IESE has been working on. We, within our Institute of Pedagogical Sciences, feel that we need to improve the training of our faculty so that we can address these challenges and improve teaching. The idea is to have continuous improvement of the educational system, as I mentioned in the previous question. In partnership with the different universities, we have been working on these objectives. They are committed to the improvement and to the research of the main processes that take place in education in general. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I would like to ask Mauro Ravelo now about the expectations of families, the dedication of families. It would seem that they have a very important role in these learning processes. Could you share with us how we could involve families with the schools and in their children's education in order for education and this learning process not to be left as the school's problem alone and to make it part of the family's responsibility? How can we make it a better proposal or make it more functional in these complex societal constructs? Thank you, Ernesto, for your question. In fact, we have taken some actions that work in this direction. Our national literacy program, for example, recognizes the centrality of the family's role. We have policies with programs oriented to helping families. This is, well, there's a program called Conta Pra Mim, Tell Me, which was very important during the pandemic. It was used by our education networks and was a very important part of our children's lives. The idea is to promote family literacy because in the end, teaching or learning, begins at home. And this relationship between parents and children, families have a huge influence on their children and their education. Children that grow up in a household must have support of their family, and we are extremely committed to making this scenario increasingly frequent. On the other hand, with the movement of family and their contribution to their children's education, in Brazil, we have created a program called Educação em Família, Education and the Family. The idea of this program is to increase the family's active participation in the students' life goals. There's three main pillars: the promotion of education as a basic social right, a quality educational offer for children and their qualification for work, and of course, the role of families and schools in guaranteeing education and the students' life goals. Now that schools are returning to the classroom, we have encouraged schools to strengthen and increase this relationship of families with the school in order to promote the family's active participation in their children's full development. And it is important to include to mention the investments that have been made, 16 million reais, and in this program, schools have their action plans. These action plans are validated by us, and this is how these partnerships are being developed. And the idea is to increase these efforts and take them to 17,000 schools. We have 47 million students, 77,500 schools, of which 138 are already on board. Thank you. Thank you, Mauro. This is truly a huge effort and has to do with the perspective of having this collaboration between families and schools that have been strengthened in this context, in the pandemic. The results that we're seeing today for Erce reflect a pre-pandemic situation in the region. And as was said earlier in the event, we find ourselves in a situation where Latin America is one of the regions that has missed most classes, and for different reasons. So my question for you has been, considering the effects of the pandemic and taking into account all the results that affect learning, what policies should be included in order to try to create a buffer or to protect these generations that had to experience the pandemic in their educational process so that they don't lose skills for the future. I agree, Ernesto. It is key, and this is a very good time because it somehow reflects those structural problems that we had already been seeing in the region. This combined with almost 2 years of a pandemic, of closed schools, of remote or distance learning, it has been difficult. We have more information every day on the impacts of the pandemic and on the students of our region. So it is a very significant challenge that has to do with equity or lack thereof. For example, the different conditions in the children's households, and added to all the issues we had in the past. Moving on specifically to policies, we have evidence going back to the case of Brasilia, which was shared by Secretary Ravelo. We have information from Brazil with causal evidence of learning loss that show us how the children have learned less. They've learned 10% of what they would normally have learned in elementary school and 28% of what they would have learned in a normal year in high school. So we are talking about a 90% learning loss and other, say, 70 to 80% loss of skills that they would have otherwise acquired. So it's not only those learnings that they have not acquired, but also this detachment of students. Over 50% of students dedicated 0 hours to academic studies during the pandemic. Another very important thing is that this has a gender dimension. Girls have dedicated more hours to domestic chores than boys than before the pandemic, in a region where we had finally gotten girls to improve their rates in that sense. We've seen through Erce that in language and sciences and well, there aren't really major differences, but in language, girls are doing better. In math, there are still some differences, and boys continue to do better in math. But basically, this is the general situation, and it somehow it somehow brings us to think what we should do. We need to somehow reduce the negative effects in the short term of these 2 years of the pandemic, and at the same time transform them into something positive for the long term for education. Going back to the logic of associated factors, we know that there's 3 dimensions, and one of them was mentioned by Secretary Ravelo. There are some decisions that affect the students' achievement, like we saw with UNESCO's study, and we have seen them throughout the pandemic: families, teachers, schools. And I'd like to mention these measures for the rapid or the quick response. There are some effective dimensions that are put at the disposal of families. For example, in Costa Rica, a very cost-effective measure, $1 per family, 3 weeks of text messages to parents and caregivers of children, with suggestions for development. And there have been very important results and improvements in the cognitive development of these children. And in the time that these caregivers dedicate, to these children, it has had an impact in caregivers and in the learning of the children, the learning process. There's been very positive results in mathematics interventions in Peru, where they included cognitive and socio-emotional and pedagogical results with significant improvements, not only in mathematics, but also in the care that was offered to those children. But there are some very specific tools in the short term for faculty. It's important to measure those learnings to have an idea of where each student is positioned in terms of their learning process. And that is where digitalization that we are seeing progressively is a key and powerful element in order to help customize the learning process. And also for schools, we need tools for the schools and to somehow improve the learning process of the children.
That way we can ensure a safe return to school with the biosecurity protocols. We have also been focusing on school feeding programs in Haiti and other countries. We have launched interactive radio programs in Brazil, for example, where we have provided support for the Safe School platform to provide support for municipal planners with regard to when to reopen the schools. In Honduras, cash incentives were provided to motivate high school students to go back to school and to resume their educational experience. These are short-term initiatives. In the midterm, we have opportunities to transform the education system. And this transformation involves moving toward broad approaches, hybrid, virtual and in-person, but integrating different pedagogies and different digital tools on a daily basis. Here we are supporting digital transformation processes in 8 countries in the region. Honduras was mentioned. In Honduras, we are providing support for these processes while using educational technology to support educational platforms that speed up learnings and learning quality. We have seen, as a result of ERCE, some of these issues are structural and there's poor quality experiences. Also, by focusing on teachings and learnings, we are able to bring back on board many of the dropouts. We have to prevent other students from dropping out, and we need to encourage the students. In Uruguay, for example, we are implementing an AI system that provides early warnings for students. In Mendoza in Argentina, for example, we are providing support to boost educational administrative systems, and through UNESCO and the ILO, we are working on hybrid systems and boosting the digital transformation in many countries throughout the region. Just let me wrap up with a final point. The pandemic has clearly shown how important socio-psychological, emotional support is for the children. And we need to have interventions that provide support for the students and the teachers at the same time, because they are all facing challenging times, and there are some significant issues regarding emotional and mental health. Thank you, Mercedes, for such a comprehensive reply. We have time for one final question for Carlos Vargas. Now, in your final remarks, you were referring to how this study has provided some interesting findings, and given the implications of the pandemic, and given the fact that we are seeing that learning support practices for the students are key, and how teachers are more interested, teachers who are more interested in their students' well-being foster a better classroom environment. Given all this, what do you think would be appropriate to foster these positive relations? What could you suggest that the countries do? Mercedes, for example, referred to some of these, and it's likely that we will have to attack this from a different perspective as a result of the pandemic. Carlos, could you kindly refer to that? Thank you. Of course, Ernesto, thank you. Actually, this dimension of the Erce refers to the closeness between teachers and students, and above and beyond the technical tools available to teachers. For example, learning assessment tools. Apart from that, we know that mentoring and support and motivation is significantly based on active listening by the teachers. The closeness of the faculty to their students and to their families is key. They can either use hybrid options. All of this is essential because they really need to know what's working and what's not, either in the classroom, within the establishment, or in the community. This is what the Erce findings have shown us with regard to teacher work. Now, in the previous round, I referred to a recent UNESCO publication, Uniting Our Futures Together, New Social Contract for Education. We were mentioning how this was launched just a few weeks ago. This publication underscores the relationship, social nature of a teacher with his or her students, and points out the various hats that teachers wear. They are public civil servants, they are professionals, they're community leaders, moral leaders. Now, I think training really should reflect these various hats and link pedagogy as well. Basically, teaching is an art. We know that. It's important to recognize your talents, develop these, and figure out where you need to reinforce certain skills. It's also important for teachers to have this lifelong learning approach. I know that Erce referred to 3rd and 6th grade, and I do know that most of the teachers focus on primary and secondary education. But if we have this lifelong learning approach, we are able to link up the various modalities, starting with early childhood education, primary school, secondary, technical professional schooling. We know that it's practical and dynamic, and then we have higher education, so on and so forth. So formal education and informal education are key to ensure that there is an experience that goes beyond the classroom per se. Involve museums, involve other community spaces. And then finally, this lifelong learning approach provides us with greater perspective with regard to the multiple purpose of education. Education is not just to provide hard skills, but soft skills as well, cultural aspects of education. Also, we know that we need to expand the purpose of education to developing students' identities the student's sense of belonging to a certain community, a local community, global community even, and fostering the sense of responsibility for the community. For example, in UNESCO, globally and regionally, with our colleagues from Latin America and Central America, we work on global citizen training, human rights training. All of this is key for sustainable development and health. I think that's the major challenge we face in terms of teacher training. That is, making sure that teachers realize the various roles that they play today. Finally, teachers play a key role in the community, not just in schools, but in the community. So, because what we want to do is develop global citizens, complete, comprehensive individuals, well-rounded individuals. So, I think all of this is one way for us to change the growing number of challenges we face in the education sector. Many of these are related to opportunities, training, but also we need to focus on the social and cultural components and roles of teachers. Thank you, Carlos. Clearly, your contributions have provided us with some perspective. And we know that education plays a key role for ensuring that we develop well-rounded individuals, and so that we can actually develop more democratic societies that coexist better and that are more equal. I would like to thank Minister Velázquez, Undersecretary Revelo, the representative of the IDB, and Carlos Vargas from UNESCO. Thank you for your comments regarding these hot off the press findings of the ERCE 2019. And I would like to thank the coordinators for allowing me to moderate this distinguished panel. Thank you, UNESCO, for your role as moderator. Thank you to the panelists as well.
A los contextos de crisis y también a los
We talked a great deal about crisis, the transformation of the education sector, and other aspects. I would like to also thank UNESCO for their remarks and how you linked these to global initiatives. Thank you, Carlos Vargas, for that. And thank you once again to the panelists. Now we know we are wrapping up. It's been a long morning with a great deal of content. And to do so, I would like to introduce you to Silvia Montoya, the director of the UNESCO Statistics Institute. She will refer to the summary of challenges the region faces related to the 2030 agenda and other aspects related to how these link to global aspects. Silvia Montoya has a master's degree and a PhD in public policy analysis from Party Rand. She's a graduate school. She also has a master's degree in public administration from the Kennedy School of Government from Harvard. At present, she's the director of the UNESCO Statistics Institute. She's held this post since 2015. Thank you. Now, UNESCO is very close to my heart. And when I started working in educational sector, I started gaining increasing interest for assessments. And so I took part in the first study, Erce, and that was such an opportunity. Thank you for allowing me to take part in that. And thank you for being here today. And I know we've been here for a long time, and I'm very pleased to be able to speak in my native tongue. So that's quite a feather in your cap. Now, let me refer to the challenges the region faced, but also I would like to underscore the extraordinary opportunity and experience and contribution of the laboratory, because the laboratory has allowed us to identify and understand some of the associated factors. We've all heard about these on these two key panels. And thank you to the UNESCO Laboratory as well, because it's provided us with an opportunity to better understand and receive support with regard to measuring the targets and challenges that we are focusing on. Now, we do know that the region has significant problems in terms of educational performance. It's quite stagnant, it's not moving as we want, moving forward as we would like it to see. That's the first challenge, and Carlos was very clear about that with regard to this stagnant situation. And then equity is a key issue as well in Latin America. We know that this is something omnipresent. We also know that the pandemic has exacerbated the situation. At the same time, we know that the pandemic per se has been one of the key issues that has resulted in setbacks for the region. We know that our region was particularly affected by confinement, month-long, year-long confinements for some of the countries and regions. Now, that is yet another aggravating factor that has only made worse the health crisis that we've all faced. We also know that the region does require some reinforcement in certain areas so that we can come up with concrete contributions to do good on the commitments that we've taken on under the 2030 agenda. We need to look into each of the 10 objectives listed under SDG 4 and others that are related to education, but include under other SDGs. We know that education is a key component of the 2030 agenda, and we know that in order to make good on our regional and global commitments, we need to have measurements, and we need to know how much each of our countries needs to do and what each region needs to do and what each region is contributing. We need to help the countries and the region reach their global targets so that all children, youth actually learn and participate in the educational establishment and systems so that they have proper social integration and so that they make a productive contribution to society.
So I believe that in looking at these challenges, we see that the region is, and some of the processes that UNESCO is coordinating and carrying forward at a global scale, we still need to try to define them more concretely, more specifically, the objectives and the goals for each of these areas that we've set out to improve for the 2030 agenda to make our children learn and participate. In this sense, I believe there's 2 or 3 points that seem very important and from which we could contribute. The challenges are known to us. It's a stagnation and investment in education. To this, we had the pandemic and closed schools. They require much more precision in the use of resources and for us to be able to understand those policies. And looking at comparative studies in Latin America, committed to over 2-3 decades, it's important to better understand the associated factors and to look at the policies that the countries have taken on in order to improve education. We all learn from this, and hence the name of the laboratory. So one of the main things is to sustain this evaluation towards the future, to accompany these results. A key aspect in connection with the global agenda and as a result of the global agenda's work is periodicity. And there's been a lot of work done for technical cooperation with the indicators that accompany our 2030 agenda. Periodicity or frequency of these evaluations needs to be around 4 years. I think it would be important that we have a 4-year and no more than 5-year horizon, ideally 4, to maintain this comparability, to have these dialogues at a regional level, to look at the differences between countries and to reflect on these policies. I think that one of the, well, it's also very important to try to carry out these analyses in these areas that are new on the agenda and that have allowed the laboratory to contribute not only from the perspective of cognitive measurement, but also, well, that's what comes to mind when we're thinking about measuring educational quality, but also to understand the associated factors. And the UNESCO laboratory has also contributed enormously, and we hope that this will continue towards the future. We would like to say that all your participation is key to understand things such as resources in schools, faculty training, pedagogical use, bullying, the integration difficulties, the use of mother tongue. So some of these indicators are not only cognitive, they form part of the agenda, they are associated factors, and they can be measured in a comparative database. They allow us to better understand, because these projects, such as the laboratories, and have allowed us to better understand these indicators in a comparative fashion. It's important that we continue to maintain this dimension for articulation, these discussion spaces for discussion, to learn what these factors are, what the policies are that have made this or another country better. It's important. The laboratory has always been fast to talk about these emotional factors. We discussed them during the pandemic. The laboratory had thought about these, began measuring, and not only YESE. YESE is made up of all the countries that commit and are willing to open and to discuss differently, to collaborate in a significant manner to our countries. We are trying to do this from perspective of multilateral agencies and policies, and we're trying to contribute to the 2030 agenda's goals. So I really don't have a lot much more to say. We are basically working on measuring for the 2030 agenda, but yes, it does not only contribute to that indicator, it contributes with 5, 6 other markers, and we hope that this will continue moving forward. We would like to invite you to join us in closer frequency. We would like to better understand not only the loss of learning, the amount, but also to understand the why and what these policies have achieved and how they've been able to achieve this reduction. And maybe we've left them aside, and hearing some of our colleagues and looking at a comparative database is very important. It's important to measure that and to continue to monitor with equity and to sustain this regional and political dialogue. Part of the contribution of each of our countries to the movement and to improving the economic situation, the international educational situation, depends on the contribution that each of our countries makes. And it is extremely important to define these specific quantitative measures so that our students can make progress and better define a contribution to the global agenda and for our children and our adolescents' well-being. Thank you all very much. It was a pleasure to participate today, and we hope to continue to collaborate with the colleagues of the laboratory. And as a last comment, I'd like to thank all of UNESCO's collaborators at the laboratory, the Institute, committed to trying to look at how regional measurement could be articulated with a global measurement. And that required a lot of courage, and we had to ask students to take 2 tests to put them on the same scale. It required a lot of faith, and I would like to thank the UNESCO Statistics Institute or unit who committed to this project, who opened their doors to us and that made it possible for us to innovate from the methodological point of view. Without your help and collaboration, it would not have been possible. I thank you because the laboratory is where we carry out experiments, where we try to learn. Thank you for the opportunity, for giving us the opportunity of to learn and to apply a methodology that can be taken to other regions in the world and that we can later use to pioneer other activities from UNESCO. Thank you all very much. Thank you to the director of the Institute Statistics, for the Statistics Unit of UNESCO, and I would like to thank you for joining through the different platforms, different languages. I've seen your fraternal greetings. Thank you all very much. I know I've been concluding for a few minutes already, but it's important to listen as well. So I would like to offer the floor to Carlos Enriquez, the coordinator of YESE, to offer a few words in terms of what's going to happen in the next few weeks. Thank you, Paula. I would just like to add that all this information will be available, all the presentations and the regional executive report is on the L'Oréal web, and information on the study and the possibility to access all the information as a region and each of the countries of YESE, UNESCO.org. And that's it. I'd like to offer the floor to our director, and I'm very happy with this launch, and we hope it will truly be an enormous contribution to all countries. I'd like to thank the coordinating national teams for their effort, and also I'd like to invite you to be attentive to news that we will be bringing to you. Thank you very much, Carlos. And to conclude the session and to thank you, I'd like to invite the Regional UNESCO Director for Latin America and the Caribbean to bid you farewell. Thank you, Paula. Thank you to all participants. Thank you to all the panelists that have helped us interpret and hold this dialogue for over 4 hours, where we have been able to maintain your attention, even 500 people, 500 attendees that have stayed on. That shows us the importance and the relevance of everything that we have discussed today. I'd like to say that this is the first conversation that we've had around Erce. We will have more events where we will analyze other results of Erce, especially December 16th, when we will provide the results of socio-emotional skills. And in March, we will be offering the results of writing tests. That was another component of the Erce study. So stay tuned. We're very happy to have you at those as well. So I'd like to invite you all to share this conversation with others in your countries so that we can talk about challenges and the task we have ahead to overcome some of these issues that we have identified as challenges for our region. With this, then, I'd like to mention finally that you have participated in an event that is the result of the effort of many, many people, including faculty, students, families, the ministerial teams, the analyses teams. This study has involved around 200,000 people in our region. And thank you to each and every one of them for making this possible. or else UNESCO is at your disposal to continue with these studies, hopefully with the frequency that has been recommended. And to do so, we will, of course, need your commitments, your support, given the fact that, as I said, this is a collective effort. So thank you very much, and we hope to see you again very soon. Goodbye, and have a good afternoon. Thank you, Director. I'd like to conclude by thanking all my colleagues who are behind the scenes. They have all been instrumental to carry out this event. Thank you all very much. It's a pleasure to share with you. I hope you all have a very good afternoon or day, depending on where